If I look like I'm a mess and I just rolled out of bed, it's because I absolutely am. For those of you that haven't been following the past couple days, my account was the victim of a hijacking where it got turned into a Tesla ad account. For those of you that are curious as to how that happened to me and how a lot of hacking attacks, I can't talk, how a lot of hackers are gaining access to people's accounts with two-factor authentication, please check out Linus Tech Tips videos. I'm going to link it in the description down below, so that way you guys know how to protect yourselves against these kinds of attacks. I straight up thought that like 12 years of my life was deleted, but thankfully YouTube was able to recover it. Unfortunately, I think that if I were a smaller creator and this happened to me, I don't know if I would have gotten the you know, like the support that I got. So I want to give like a huge shout out to Vatividya, to Breebun, to Smoketown, to Loki, pretty much everybody that was amplifying my tweet and my frustration and helping me get visibility on that. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody that has sent me tips and given me subscriptions and has like kept tags what has kept tabs on my account through all of this. Thank you so much for sticking with me. If you're new here, we break down Soulsborne lore and I scream like Charlie Day. I have like conspiracy boards. We get a little crazy here. For those of you that are longtime subscribers and you accidentally unfollowed me because of the Tesla ad thing, please consider hitting that subscribe button. If you're new here, please consider hitting that subscribe button. It helps me out a whole lot. But yeah, let's get started because there's a lot. This is like one of this trailer is so hard for me to break down because I'll stop it literally every 0.5 seconds. So let's get started.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction.
So here I already have to stop. The narrator is a female that is telling us something that Mikula relayed to her or that she heard that Mikula said. I actually have speculation. We got an art asset this morning that is this knight that at first I was like, oh wait, is this like a weird different version of Mikula because of the hairstyle and a bunch of other stuff? But I think given the narrator and some of the information that she's privy to, it sounds like she's telling us, the Tarnished, about the situation. And because she's at the front of the pack right here in the cinematic, I do think that she's kind of like the leader of our motley crew of NPCs, and she's going to help us figure out what Mikula was up to. For those of you that didn't follow some of the Miyazaki interviews, Miyazaki stated that Mikula is currently in the Shadow Realm. I'm going to call it the Shadow Realm because I keep forgetting. Is it Shaded Lands? Is it Shadowlands? I'm going to call it the Shadow Realm. So Mikula went to the Shadow Realm to do something, and we're trying to figure out what that something is. But along the way, Mikula also found the sins or like the footsteps of Marika, their mother. So we're kind of going to be learning about two different mysteries at once. We're going to be learning about what Queen Marika did in the Shadow Realm, and then we're going to be learning about what Mikula is doing in the Shadow Realm. So I think that this character, despite the fact that I think we're going to be hearing memories of Mikula, or we might be hearing Mikula's voice at some points in the story, I do think that this character, this female who's narrating the trailer, might be our physical guide through the Shadow Realm. All right. Oh, also another like little detail in this scene. A lot of people have been wondering what this image is. Like, what is Queen Marika reaching into? And like, is this actually Queen Marika? So first off, yes, this is Queen Marika. We see the like spiral jewelry that's going around her hold on, it's Cooper the Black Blade. He's like ruining the video. I'm so sorry, everybody. Okay, so Queen Marika has this spiral bracelet, and some people are asking me, is this Queen Marika? Yes, it is. So FromSoft's been really diligent about making sure that the jewelry and the hairstyles for certain NPCs are going to be what allows us to identify them across like a bunch of different promotional materials and art, between like the cinematic stories and like the actual gameplay, because we don't get to see the characters' faces a lot. Their faces are almost always obstructed. So I feel like hairstyle and jewelry are kind of like our key things that help us identify them. So yes, I feel like this is Queen Marika. It also talks about like when Mikula talks about Queen Marika, it's very obvious that this is Queen Marika. There's no question about that. As to what this is, it definitely seems like it's fabric. There is hems, and there's like little pieces of fabric that are kind of coming off of this material. It looks suede to me, so immediately I was thinking like leather working. And a lot of folks, including myself, think that this might be Glow-Eyed Queen related or Godskin Apostle related because of the way that this looks. It definitely looks like some kind of leather or skin material, and it's like that cream white color that the Godskins wear. It isn't as shiny as the Godskin apparel, though. Their like leather working is almost like slick and shiny. This is more matte. It looks like suede. So I don't know if that's just like a stylistic choice or difference, but maybe that's what this is. This could be like a wholly new entity or character, but this is fabric. And then when she pulls
And the betrayal.
this like hair slash light slash material out of this entity, we see like an exposed piece of skin. This looks like a pregnant belly to me. The language that's being used here is also super flowery, and it's going to be flowery for a little bit, so it's hard to discern what's happening. Like, it's intentionally obtuse. So it says like the seduction, the betrayal. Like, is it like a romantic seduction that then caused a betrayal, or was it the seduction of power that caused the betrayal? There's also the word affair that gets used later. It's uncertain whether or not that's a marital affair or if it's like an event, like the affair, like a jaunt, like a fun little a fun little excursion that she went on. I don't know, but yeah, let's keep going. We get the goop.
An affair from which gold arose.
Actually, hold on, let me wait. Okay, so this scene is the one that everybody talks about. This one goes off. This is like some of the best imagery FromSoft has put out ever in any of their cinematics. I love this image. There's so much that's going on here that we can glean from it. There's this big mass of bodies. A lot of them don't have skin, so immediately I'm thinking Godskin Apostles, or like the Godskin, the Glow-Eyed Queen. They're in charge of flaying or like killing, skinning the gods. For what purpose, it was unclear, but like looking at this image, I almost wonder if removing the skin allows them to like melt together easier. I think that there's some like weird conjoining instrumentality project that's happening where a lot of the previous era's gods or entities have to then sacrifice themselves or pass on once their age is done, and then they get put into the goop pile. I do think that this is the crucible or like the primordial form of the Erdtree, and I do think that this is the material that the Erdtree was made out of. I have a whole video on the crucible and how in previous games like Dark Souls, the tree is like a big container for souls of the dead. So sorry, let me back up. Souls are like fire in the Soulsborne games, and they're the like collective experiences and memories of soldiers or bosses, and that fire can be used to light the kiln, which is like an object of creation. So in Elden Ring, it's a little bit different. It's kind of the same concept. We still have our big old tree of life, but instead of it being powered by a kiln, it's powered by like a blacksmithy table. And when you hammer the metals of creation and, you know, manipulate the Elden Ring, it allows you to change the metaphysical laws of that era. We talk about it like it's a program that's being run, and Queen Marika currently is able to change all the functions and like change everything in the program. And when she hit run, it spit out a ton of bugs and didn't run properly because she decided to remove the death function from the Elden Ring. And so now in the current age that we live in, or that like our character plays in, there's all these death related curses. So those who live in death are reanimated by Deathroot, which is like leftover material from Godwyn's murder. And then we also have the Omenborn, who can no longer be absorbed into the tree, and so they are seen as like despised, and they get forced to live in the sewers and are like chained up underground. They're really disdained by the Erdtree. I'm going to talk about why they are in a little bit. But we also have like the Wandering Caravan and this idea of burning the tree being associated with the first cardinal sin. So I'll get into that as well. But if we take a look at some of the crucible related stuff, so the red tinge in the gold coat mirrors primordial matter that became the Erdtree, the color of homeward yearning. So this idea of like a pre-Erdtree, the primordial version of the Erdtree was originally red. It was like a red mass. And if we look at the tree resin, it kind of looks like this goopy red substance that we see all the viscera of all the dead bodies and like the gutted gods and everything. And then if we look at the armor of the Crucible Knights, it says it holds the power of the Crucible Life, the primordial form of the Erdtree, and it strengthens Crucible incantations. This is where all life is kind of mixed together in a melting pot. And the word crucible is also known as rutsubo, which is just like pot in Japanese. And there's a lot of pot imagery in Elden Ring, and I think it all harkens back to this idea of collecting the dead and putting them in something, putting them together in something, and then that creates law, or that creates like social ideas and social concepts. It creates like attitudes and memories and ideas, if that makes sense. That's why I feel like, for example, Alexander the Warrior Jar is very meek, and then after we fight Radahn and he like consumes Radahn, and we find after he's defeated, we find a little bit of his shard that has red hair inside of it. After he consumes Radahn, he becomes like this champion. He becomes like, we see how malleable his personality and his experience is based on how the types of bodies that he puts inside of himself. It's really cool. I love this like imagery that things are all kind of loosely interconnected and have influence over each other. So it's really neat, and I love to see this. I think that what's happening here in this scene is that we have the gloam-colored sky. For those of you that are unfamiliar with the Gloam-eyed Queen, also known as the Dusk-eyed Queen, which is like a localization issue, she's not a character that we actually get to interact with in the game, so I think that a lot of people miss that she even exists. But she's in the Godslayer Greatsword and all of the Godskin Apostle items, the Godskin Tome Book. But she's the god that was in charge of making sure that the gods' era comes to an end, so that like even the gods cannot be immortal. They have to be mortal. Their era has to come to an end. So there's this idea of like a cycle of life and death that she presides over. Her color is violet or like purple, and Ghost Flame used to also be this color. She's loosely associated with the dead and the Deathrite birds. There's some kind of overlap between their imagery. I'm not going to get into that into this video, but anyway, we have this gloam-colored sky. We have the red mass of potentially the primordial form of the Erdtree. I'm not 100% that this is like the crucible, like the primordial form of the Erdtree, but I think it might be. I'm like pretty certain it might be. And then we have almost like this gateway that looks like the entrance of the Erdtree, or like what could have become the Erdtree, and she's like hearkening in her era of gold. For those of you that don't know what her era of gold focuses on, it's focusing on life and abundance without death. So she's Queen Marika the Eternal. She, presumably at this era, believes that she'll never die and that the Erdtree will continue to produce sap forever, and that it's this like age of plenty, and she's able to kind of like give out, and she's able to escape all of this death. She's able to escape her own mortality. She's able to prolong her era. The reason why I feel this way about her character is because it harkens back to Gwyn, and it harkens back to the characters in Sekiro. It harkens back to so many of these rulers that are wanting to like be immortal. But another way that you can interpret this scene is that Queen Marika was responsible for all of this, that she killed all of these people in order to usher in her era of gold. I feel like, given some of the primordial aspects of the Erdtree and the Gloam-eyed Queen lore, that she isn't responsible of this, but she's like responding to it. Like she's like, I think this is miserable, I'm gonna bring in something cooler. But then when she does that, she accidentally like fucks it up. So that's my takeaway from it. But like, we don't know. I want to make that clear. We don't know, and this is all just speculation. I'm just speculating. It's okay if you disagree. And if you do, post your theories in the comments. Let me know what you guys think. Well, let's keep going, because this is a lot.
and so too was shadow.
Oh, shit, that line too. Sorry, I'm gonna like fuck it up. That line harkens back to Dark Souls, and just like the origin of creation myth and real world history, there's this idea that disparity is born at the start of the universe. So, actually, hold on, let me.
Grey crags, arch trees, and everlasting dragons. But then there was fire, and with fire came disparity. Heat and cold, life and death, and of course, light and dark.
All right, cool. So that line harkens back to that whole like concept of disparity, and a part of me wonders if it's at this point in history in which Marika causes disparity to happen, that the shadow didn't exist before she became the light. I kind of wonder if the Glowmide Queen actually embodied both the concepts of life and death, and the more that I think about it, the more that that actually makes sense, because she's a maternal figure. She's considered the mother of the Godskins. She has an item called the Swaddling Cloth, so it seems like she's capable of birth in addition to, you know, taking away life. So it kind of seems like she embodied both concepts of life and death, potentially. There's also the dialogue that Melina has, who is like the closest NPC that we have to a Glowmide Queen. She definitely is able to give us destined death, and she has like a moment where it seems like she breaks out of amnesia at the Frenzied Flame ending. When we destroy the Erdtree, she's able to like remember these powers that were suppressed for majority of the game. But let me pull up that quote. She says, if you intend to claim the Frenzied Flame, I ask that you cease. It's not to be meddled with. It is chaos, devouring life and thought unending. However ruined this world has become, however mired in torment and despair, life endures. Births continue. There's beauty in that, is there not? If you were to become a lord, do not deny this notion. Please leave the Frenzied Flame alone. So I kind of wonder if, you know, this affinity with death that Melina and the Glowmide Queen have also come with this paradigm of accepting and respecting life. Whereas with Marika's age, she fully wants to like circumvent death. So it seems like when she decided to just take the rune of life, potentially, that when she did that, it separated the runes and cast a shadow. It then created disparity. Like before, everything was one, which is what Hayeta and the Three Fingers say. Everything used to belong together, but then at some point in history, one thing was taken and then it cast a shadow. And I think that if this is the Erdtree, if like this big mass is the Erdtree, I think that that is like supports the naming conventions of the entire DLC. The shadow of the Erdtree, she brings in this like golden sunlight at the base of this big mass, which then would cast a shadow at the base of this tree. So I think that that's like a very, like the shadow of the Erdtree, like quite literally there is like a shadow that's being cast because of this era of light that she's ushering in. So let's keep going.
Doe born. What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Messmer's flame.
That like the OST there and the imagery of the omen being impaled is like it's so powerful. It's like there's a lot that I have to break down here, by the way, guys, because there's a lot of historical references that are happening, specifically with Julius Caesar and some Roman conquests, the Roman campaign that were pushing back against the hold on one sec. I want to make sure I'm not going to say Celts. Am I going to say Celts? Pushing back against the Celts, please. Please, I'm American. Please help me. But yeah, pushing back against the... Now I'm like confusing myself. It's Celts. It's Celts. Pushing back against the Celts. Specifically in reference to the Wicker Man. And I have to talk about this boss design. Please, please let me talk about this for a second. The Wicker Man... like probably my favorite FromSoft enemy design of all time. Not from an aesthetic point, like it's not like I'm like, ooh, this is cool. Like if I'm thinking of guys that are just cool, this isn't it for me. But I think as far as like a historical reference goes, this is so hard. This is like amazing. So originally, when Julius Caesar and the Romans were fighting against a lot of the tribes that they were fighting against, these tribes used the Wickermen. So the Wickermen belonged to the Celts, right? And they were used as like hold on. They were used as like ways to do sacrifice to then create ash to then use agriculturally. Although it's kind of uncertain how accurate that is because only 2 people in history have reported on them, Julius Caesar himself and a Greek geographer, Strabo. And they both mentioned that live animals and humans were put into these and set on fire. It's uncertain if these people were prisoners or if they were innocent people who were being sacrificed, but that could be totally historically inaccurate and could have been used by Julius Caesar to give credence to his conquests and to like want to push out these foreign groups. It's uncertain, but I think what's really fascinating is the fact that we have like a lot of Mesmer's troops are inspired by Roman centurions, although they do have some like other Nordic and like some Iranian like design beats. I do think that for the most part they're supposed to evoke that Roman centurion aesthetic and also some Spartan aesthetics. But what's really cool is the fact that they're controlling the Wickermen. So it's kind of like a weird bastardization of a lot of the practices that they were trying to outlaw. And it feels like a mockery. This enemy feels like the Romans were taking like a holy thing and using it against those groups as like a mockery against them. And it's wild too because it's decorated with a big sun that it has like omen horns on it. So it's very clearly decorated by the horns of those that they killed and making a caricature out of their spiritual beliefs. And then there's also fire giant effigies on the side of it, which is like very disgusting. It is like very on par with a lot of the like really bonkers type of propaganda that's used against like certain ethnic groups. I feel like that is such like a powerful statement from FromSoft in terms of like enemy design, because we're seeing this like empire really coming down on the Omen very, very hard. Something else that's really fascinating too is that this city that the Omen live in, that Mesmer is sieging, we actually know where it is on the map roughly, and it's very Roman inspired as well. So it's like a subset of, it's definitely pre-Landal. It's definitely like a little bit early, like architecturally wise. Why don't my subscription alerts are working, I guess. Oh, it's I'm not streaming. Okay, good, I'm not streaming. My Streamlabs is just popping off. Okay. But yeah, there's like this wall of sorry, I'm so distracted. There's this wall on the outskirts of this city, and we can actually identify that it's this city. It's this structure, because it has the same wall right here with the same archway, same patterns. This structure is Roman in design in that it's using Solomonic columns, and these columns were made by the Romans to pay homage to the first temple of Jerusalem. So we have a group in the Mediterranean who are hearkening back to what they thought was an architectural design from Mesopotamia. It is not though, but that's okay because they look cool. But this is definitely supposed to be like a little Roman city that definitely architecturally is a little bit older than Landel capital. So the Omen used to live here, it seems like, based off of the cinematic. They used to reside here. They have religious practices here. They have like their lion dancers. We also have a couple of enemy designs too that show that the Omen had other religious practices too that have to do with the burning of the Erdtree. So specifically, these guys have little candle tree menorahs. They have horns. And if you read the candle tree shield, it says that it was the prophecy of cardinal sin. The lit candle tree design was forbidden in Landel and in the lands between. But in the Shadow Realm, in the area that we're at in the DLC, it seems like this was a normal practice, considering I don't think an oppressed group would be able to have that big of a city that's that decorated. Do you know what I mean? And it seems like these practices were suppressed and snuffed out by Mesmer and his forces. It also shows here, I know that like there's a lot of discourse around this particular enemy design and this concept art. A lot of people think that this is hearkening to Godwyn, and I can understand that because he has the waistcloth, and then also the pose harkens back to Godwyn's corpse at the base of the Erdtree, and some people thought that this was the black mark of death. It's not though. Davi, thank you so much, sent me this overexposed image to show us that this is actually just his spine. It's not a cut, it's just like a very stylized spine, so it's quite dark. I don't know why I just drew him throwing his ass back, but it is what it is. But they both have golden saffron robes. They're a little bit different than like the frenzied flame. I mean, they're not though. Actually, now that I think about it, if you pick the prophet starting class, you start off with saffron robes, and people have like collars around you. Like they wear that big weird cow collar, or like there's a collar that was used during the medieval times to tell people to like this person is a criminal, or is a slanderer, or is like not somebody that should be trusted. You start off with one of those if you pick the prophet class. So I think that maybe the prophet class might have to do with this like faction potentially. So that's super interesting. But they have to do with the burning of the Erdtree. That is their belief system. That's what they do. They're all about it. And it definitely seems like they weren't an oppressed group at the time. So there was definitely a change. And we know about this change too in the DLC, or sorry, in the vanilla game. But there was definitely an era where aspects of the Crucible were deemed holy, and then were increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization advanced. So this includes wings, horns, tails, breath, anything that's kind of resembling a dragon to any degree. But the Omenborn fell into this, and the Omenborn cannot be absorbed into a tree, but I think the reason why is because I think the Omen are supposed to act as the containers, if that makes sense. So I think that people are supposed to be sacrificing themselves to the Omen, and I think the Dung Eater is a little bit of that, but he's bizarre. The Dung Eater is bizarre because he doesn't even sprout horns, but the people that he's killed exist inside of him, and Rodrika tells us that when he walks around she can hear the cacophony of spirits that are like trapped in him, and that's why he uses the Rancor attack and is able to like send out spirits when he attacks you. But the Omen are able to do that too. So and they also see shit in their dreams. There's a bunch with the Omen that I think we're going to get with this DLC. I think we're gonna get like a ton of Omen lore regarding like their purpose, but I think that it harkens back to the ancestral followers practices, where what they do is they're like a death cult. They kill beings that experience nose sprouting, and they give those spirits to bigger entities that do have horns, right? So those entities then continue to sprout horns, and they start to turn into trees. And it's really similar to Miquella's tree circumstance, except Miquella had like endless sacramental blood and was able to feed their own blood to the tree. I think that in order for like people that don't have the weird eternal youth curse, that in order to like grow these trees you're supposed to engage in sacrifice. And then the people that do sprout horns and are able to like act as containers and like take in all the spiritual energy, they start to bud horns. And so the budding horn says that it began to sprout on a beast that typically bears no horn. Perhaps it's a vestige of the primordial crucible. So I think that there's this imagery with sacrifice, mass amounts of dead bodies, mass amounts of spiritual energy, and like sprouting trees. And I think that there was this cycle of like, there's a tree, it rules the era, it's like the zeitgeist of that era, everybody's memories and experiences are stored in that tree, and then eventually when that tree dies out, you burn it and you plant a new one, and the ashes from the previous tree are going to fertilize and help bolster this like new tree. And so I think that this is my own little like tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that might be wrong, but I think that Mohg and Morgott should have been Queen Marika's next of kin because of the fact that they were born with horns. I think that that was definitely what was going on here. But I think the fact that we have some Omenborn that are worshipping these like ancestral follower, well, sorry, let me back up. The ancestral followers hang out in the Ul Palace ruins, which is an ancient civilization. They are not a part of it. They are new. This is like a new religious faction. They're saying poo-poo to the Erdtree. I don't give a shit about the Golden Order. Let's go back to the old ways. And so they then camp out in the Old Palace ruins and try to recreate the rituals that were done in the past. And so that's what this is. That's what is going on here. But I do think that Moog and his Sanguine nobles are doing the same thing, but they're both doing it in different ways. It kind of feels like the ancestral followers are focusing on like spiritual energy and like the waters of the Undercities, and then it seems like the Omen are focusing on like this blood and rot and like feces and decay. They're focusing on like the almost like the viscera. They're focusing on like the gored aspects of sacrifice. So it's really interesting to see these two groups worshiping the same entity and like existing in the same spaces because they mirror each other in a lot of ways. I think it's very cool. But something that I think is extra cool is that the Omen-born city is based, like I said, off that Roman architecture that uses Solomonic columns. That's harkening back to Mesopotamia and Babylon and Jerusalem. And we get a lot of that with the sick-ass architecture down in the Old Palace ruins. So this is Jordan, which we see down in, I think that's Nokron. We see it down in the Old Palace, sorry. Tarnished Archaeologist pointed out that this guy, we call him Elden John on this channel, Tarnished Archaeologist calls him the Dynast. This guy is holding, this tablet pictures a tree, which is kind of like thematic with the whole tree sacrifice rituals that we were talking about. But this tablet that's at his feet pictures the Babylonian map of the world. So that gives us like a good idea that this is referencing Babylon. This is referencing Mesopotamia. They couldn't be more over, like they're beating you over the head with it the entire game. They're like, this, you know, we got Jordan, we got Jerusalem, we got Babylon, we got the Tigris and the Euphrates. Ainsel and Sheofra are obviously Celtic names, and we also have some of the Nordic river wells being represented with the Undercities. But I do think that the Tigris and the Euphrates being represented in the Babylonian map of the world, showing up in the Old Palace, is also supposed to be an indicator of like ancient history and ancient culture and ancient spiritual belief. So yeah, it's really cool. I think that the fact that the Omen were paying homage to Jerusalem with these, or I guess like to, in this case, paying homage to the Ul Palace ruins, is neat. We're seeing this connection between like the ancient civilizations and the newer ones that we've run into. I also want to say, I want to preface this a little bit. The smooth columns, these spiral ones, were built to resemble the first temple of Jerusalem. However, the actual pillars, the actual columns themselves in Jerusalem do not look like this. This was just their like weird approximation of what they thought the Solomonic pillars were going to look like, but they actually do not look like that at all. So it's like it's like a very niche history thing, and I'm kind of surprised that they decided to even put that in the game. But another thing to kind of wrap all of this like column conversation up is that obviously we know that like Rykard is taking a lot of the rituals from the Shadowlands and recreating them, but we see some of the Solomonic pillars appearing in Mount Gelmir, and a lot of them are the Baroque versions of Solomonic pillars, so they're more ornate and have like the tons of flowery designs on them. But what's really cool is that there's actually St. Peter's Baldachin, which has these kind of ornate Solomonic pillars. And the fact that we have like a baldachin that is over the entire lands between in this DLC is crazy. So you love to see it. There's so much design philosophy and art history that goes into these games that it actually like hurts my brain a little bit. But we can kind of tell based on like some of the architectural evidence, some little markers like this weird root system that's on top of the building, the decaying parts of the building, and then also like you could see it right here, the orientation of the baldachin right here and right here. we can tell that this Omen city that Mesmer laid siege to, that we see in a lot of the promotional art, is going to be right here. So say if this is the shadow tree, and say a lot of the promotional art is usually taken from this perspective, like it usually shows the player character here, and then we're looking at the tree. The Omen-born city is going to be on the west side of the map. And I think that has some really interesting implications. One, because the Old Palace Ruined Labyrinth, that is topside in Liurnia, is like right here. We also have the inverted Divine Tower / the Carrion Tower, which I think the way that we're going to run into the Carrions is I think that they're going to be doing some like weird experimental inversion magic that ends them up there. Like the person that's depicted in the hourglass looks like the Carrion NPC that we've seen in promotional art. So I kind of wonder if they've just like gotten stuck or ended up in the Shadowlands. I'm excited to hear their story. I really want to go in as an astrologer. Like I have a dragon, like a draconic build that I'm excited to go into the DLC with, but it would be really fun to like do a whole Carrion investigator, like a detective, to see what's popping in the Shadowlands. But yeah, I think that that's where we're going to end up based off of all of this promotional material. But yeah, in the scene with the impaling, I think I mentioned before, these are the lion dancers. You can clearly see the lion dance face on here. So these are some Omen that are being impaled. This one also has a lion dance face. I might have to like show it to you in the trailer, but yeah, it's not just like one of these guys, it's like a couple of them. But yeah, man, this is like so much. Here, wait, let me show you guys. So you can kind of see it right here. You can see the eyes of the lion dancer. And this is my own, sorry, I'm like totally going off topic. Big Cooper snore. I have my own conspiracy theory that like the glass shard item in the game, in the vanilla game, is the are the eyes of those Omen costumes. That's my like weird little, they're such a unique color. They're like a weird teal color. And nothing else looks like these color-wise. Oops. So yeah, I don't know. That's my weird little tidbit for you guys. So we're getting a really good look at the tree situation that's going on. We have what looks like a tree that looks like the Erdtree because it's very straight and narrow, and it's like it's being strangled by another tree that doesn't have leaves, and that's like cracking this tree in half and causing more sap to spill. It's uncertain what that. I used to think this was Deathroot. Because like Godwin is still growing perpetually, and I wonder if we're going to see Godwin, but the shadow tree could just be, it doesn't look as black as Deathroot. It looks dark. It looks darker than this tree for sure. But I kind of wonder what this is and what the story is, and I think that that's what's going to be at the center conflict of Queen Marika and this era. So yeah.
And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything.
This area looks like it's on the east side of the map, but there wasn't anything that I could glean from this. We've seen this city a couple times. There's like a few little tiny cities that have the baldachin resting on it, like big pieces of fabric resting on it. There's this big tower that I'm really curious about, but nothing super outstanding here. We have the Mikula. I don't know if these are, so we've seen Sites of Grace in some of the promotional art and promotional material. I don't know if that's what these are. or are going to be. These might be areas where we get to hear like a memory or a thought or something.
His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate.
So this is, for those of you that are unfamiliar, this is Saint Trina. Saint Trina is identifiable by her purple color palette, and it's like a soft lavender. It is a little bit different than the Glowmaid Queen's color palette, but they're very close. And I do think the fact that there's this overlapping motif of like death and sleep, because obviously like the death bedroom takes place in the death bedroom. I mean, like there's a baldachin, there's the death bedroom, there's like this theme of sleep and death and shadow and like the spirit world. So I don't know, we're gonna get a lot of lore regarding her, I feel like. So I'm excited. For those of you that don't know, Saint Trina is like the feminine spiritual aspect of Mikola. So sometimes you guys might hear me refer to Mikola as they, sometimes you might hear me refer to Mikola as he, and then Saint Trina as she. I'm kind of malleable with it because the story is a little malleable with it, so let's keep going. That also looks a lot like the nascent butterfly and the lily. Alright, so this scene, it looks like this character, the female one that I've been talking about.
We choose to follow.
It kind of seems, so she's obviously spreading like the gold, and it kind of seems like she's, maybe we're planting flags that represent Mikola.
We choose to follow.
But it seems like each of these characters,
Will you walk with us?
yeah, and she's like asking us to walk with her. It seems like each of these characters is following this story for their own reasons, and I'm going to break it down. This character over here in the stone armor definitely resembles a lot of the golem enemies that we've fought throughout the lands between, and I've always wanted to meet the golem worker or get more golem maker lore because he's in the story, but there's a lot of mysteries surrounding him. But there's a craftsman who made a lot of the golems in the game, and I hope that we get some lore about him from this guy, or that he is the golem maker. That would be really cool. But I love his aesthetic, and I want to do a pure strength heavy endurance build for this game because of this guy. Like, I want to do a Havel build so bad. And then we have what looks like a Colosseum Knight that is affiliated with Godfrey's Colosseum. This girl, she's huge, she's beautiful, I love her, she could carry me. I'm excited to know her story, but I feel like she's going to have a lot to do with the warrior pots and the Colosseums and Godfrey. As it pertains to the Shadowlands, I think she's going to be that for us. This man right here is so mysterious. I don't trust him. So this looks like potentially a man with like a beard, or maybe it is a woman with a mask that has a beard. But I feel like this armor set reminds me of Yuria from Dark Souls 3. And like, I know that the darkness ending is supposed to be us embracing, you know, like the end of the gods and like the end of time, and then like a new cycle will begin. But there was just something about kidnapping Henri and like the Yuria plotline in Dark Souls 3 that really skeeved me out. Like, I hated that. I did not like that. I didn't have fun doing that. And so anytime that I see armor that looks remotely like Yuria, I get like an ick. Oh shit. Thanks for the subscription while I'm recording. This character right here, we saw sleeping near St. Trina lilies in the underground in the trailer before. So this might be like a St. Trina cultist. So I think that they're following the Mikola Grace to potentially get more information about St. Trina. We love the EP. We love the EP babes. I'm like so excited about St. Trina lore. I kind of want to make a St. Trina character as well. And then this character in the back here reminds me a lot of Azur and Lasat. I wonder if this is going to be like our Carrion representation in the game, like our mage, but it's uncertain. It just kind of looks like they have that weird head wrapping. but I can't tell. They're so far away. And then we have our martial artist, our really cool spin kicky Ash of War guy. And I hope that we get to have that Ash of War and that we get to do our own little like CQC builds. That would be really fun. Okay, so there's nothing else. Oh, I also realized I forgot to tell you guys.
Of Mesmer's flame.
So this character, as far as speculation goes for this character, a lot of people think this is Melina because she's burning here. And so this could be the point in which she lost her physical body and she became burnt and bodiless, and why we find her spirit in the lands between. I don't know. I don't quite know yet. I don't know what she's holding. And it's like it's so vague that I don't even feel comfortable speculating just yet. You know what I mean? Like we don't know. This image doesn't give us enough that like I don't feel like I can even, you know, like during the tree scene, I'm able to be like, hey, the sky's gloom. Like I'm able to like pull from things I know in the game. Big Cooper snore. But this situation, yeah, like the only thing that comes to mind is Melina being burnt and bodiless. Her hat is interesting because it looks like a cowl, like it looks like a hood, but you can see the front of it doesn't have a mask or anything because her hair is like coming down in front of her face as she's like holding what looks like a giant spear or like a thing that could somebody said it looks like one of those, there's like a special kind of shovel for drilling trees out of the ground that is like a big spiral. People were saying that it looks like that. But I have no idea what this is. She's like fully, it seems odd too that like the soldiers are marching behind her. Like they don't seem to be looking on at her.
The tyranny of
I kind of wonder if they can even see this character. There was a piece of me that was wondering if this maybe was Mikla, who is like passively watching this, but I don't think Mikla would allow themselves to get. I think that if they were like an apparition, like watching Mesmer's tyranny, I don't think that they would be burning like this. This is like a person who's physically there.
Mesmer's flame.
I don't know. It's interesting. There's a lot to break down in this trailer. It's bonkers. But I'm excited for the DLC. I'm excited to see what the Shadow Tree is doing. I'm excited to see what is going on. Like why, for example, in the Shaded Lands are we seeing two trees, but in the Waking World or like the Lands Between, we're just seeing one tree. And a lot of people were speculating that the Erdtree is like an illusion. And I wasn't sold on it before, because obviously it looks like it's encased in dragon stone. So there's just some like weird, there's definitely like the Erdtree's nature is just very odd. Maybe the dragon stone is giving it this like power to revert or to like appear as if it's in a different state than it is. Maybe the dragonstone is what causes like this time illusion. I don't know. But I'm so excited to see how the story is going to play out. This is all, like I said before, this is all friendly speculation. All of us are out here kind of like throwing spaghetti at the wall. So I'm excited to see what happens. Oh, I also wanted to talk about Mesmer's design a little bit more. In addition to him kind of having the Lorica plumata, there's some Spartan elements, there's some Iranian soldier, Iranian militia elements, but there's a lot of Roman elements as well. Something else that I wanted to speak on, specifically, like I said, the Julius Caesar cowl, but something that I wanted to speak on with his design as well is one of our community members, Bree Bird, who's also an amazing illustrator, was talking to me about the Quorum, the Michael Moorcock books and like the characters, because sorry, I misspelled the Quorum. There's definitely like a lot of aesthetics that are being pulled from the Michael Moorcock books regarding Aurich and Quorum. There's like a whole book about like the dream world and like a bunch of other cool things that it's evoking. George R. R. Martin and Miyazaki are both fans of Michael Moorcock, so we're getting a lot of like really cool stuff from that. Obviously, we're getting some aesthetics from Berserk. We talked about that before, but it just kind of seems like this game is a melting pot of history and sociology and art and literature and a ton of things that, you know, Miyazaki has loved throughout his life. And so it's really cool to see them all represented in this story. So I'm very excited. I'm excited to see how everything's going to play out. And I wanted to ask you guys too in the chat, what is the character that you're going to be going through the DLC with? Do you have like a character story in mind? Like, are you going to keep a journal? What are you guys going to do when you guys go through the game? I think I'm going to go through with my Crucible Dragon, like my, I have like a Crucible Knight type character that I'm working on right now. But I think I want to do like I said before, like a Carrion detective, like a royal Carrion detective that's been sent out to like investigate, you know, Mikola and like what's going on in the Shadow Realm and everything, and to find that person that's in the inverted tower. I don't know. I just think it's all really like I love Wizard School. I love Wizard School. So yeah, tell me what you guys think down below. All right, bye.
Everything in this trailer makes so much sense, is probably what I'm gonna say in about a month when the DLC is out. When we look back, this trailer will explain everything, but right now, I've got so many questions, especially about this scene in particular. Here, we're being teased with what is clearly one of the most important events in this universe, and while the truth is right in front of us, it's impossible to make complete sense of it yet. They're taunting us. I hate it. I love it. Let's break it down. So, this trailer comes in 3 parts. There's the beginning, where gold arose and shadow was born. Then we see the war that followed, with Messmer reducing a city and its citizens to ash. Finally, we see Mikola nearer the current age, and he's been preaching a hidden truth about the beginning to his followers.
Mikola the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born.
To start, this is Queen Marika. The bracelet and these armbands, they're an exact match for her jewelry in this piece of artwork. But what is happening here? The first shot we see is Marika pulling what looks like hair from what looks like a corpse. The hair seems easy to explain. I think these are runes of the Elden Ring. Compare these threads to the ones that you see in this cinematic, where the Elden Ring was being repaired. This is Marika's hammer, and its description reads, "The hammer partially broke upon shattering the ring, becoming splintered with rune fragments." And obviously, these threads are very much the same as the rune threads here, so I think Marika is essentially looting runes from a corpse, maybe somewhat similar to what we do in the actual game. Please bear in mind that from this point forward, a lot of this is speculation. However, even if this speculation is wrong, I think this is still a really good opportunity to talk about and become familiar with concepts that will likely show up in the Land of Shadow one way or another. So yeah, here goes. I don't think these are just any runes, nor do I think this is just any corpse. The thing this mass first reminded me of was the attire of the Godskin enemies. It's really similar in color tone, and the thick folds really remind me of skin and fat. What's more, we can see horizontal stitching at the edges, which brings to mind the Godskin Stitcher, which is a weapon that references the creation of the Godskin attire, which is peeled and then stitched together from Godskin. And considering Marika's hand alone is bloody, it's not bloody further up. Clearly, she's reaching into something visceral. But what is she doing here? Obviously, it's too early to say for sure, but I do want to comment specifically on the shape these threads are making. It's being pulled into a downward arc, which is a really potent symbol as it relates to the Elden Ring. So there are 2 downward arcs on the Elden Ring. One is here at the bottom, which is explicitly a rune arc. It's a basin in which the blessings of the Elden Ring pool. But the more relevant arc, I think, is here at the top. This arc creates a symbol that is iconic to Marika. It's seen on her scar seal and in her crucifixion at the end of the game, and now again in the trailer here, and at the end of the trailer as well, with the gold flowing between the 2 shadow trees. Something that the YouTuber Quailag talked about very early on is that Marika's seal seems to be a subversion of the Rune of Death. You would have seen the Rune of Death after defeating Malekith. It's something that was once a part of the Elden Ring, delivering a destined death to all until Marika the Eternal removed it and sealed it away. According to Enya, this rune was plucked from the Golden Order upon the Golden Order's creation. And indeed, Marika's age became defined by its defiance of death in all things. So it is that I wonder if the Rune of Death has anything to do with the subverted symbol of Marika we see here. Understanding the Rune of Death is important also because it has a lot to do with the Godskins. Now, I'm at risk of going too far down a tangent that could be built on a false premise here, but if this is Godskin we see in the trailer, then it really could have huge implications for what's happening in this scene. So let's entertain the idea that this is Godskin just to see where this takes us. The leader of the Godskin nobles and the Godskin apostles was the Glowmide Queen, who, like Marika, was an Imperium, someone chosen by the Two Fingers as a candidate for godhood, and items describe how she was defeated long ago by Malakath, who was Marika's shadow, so essentially she was defeated by Marika. However, the exact nature of this clash is really unclear. We don't know if the Glowmide Queen and Marika were equals or rival Imperiums, or how or if control of the Elden Ring was split between them. But we do know that in the end, Destined Death was sealed, and the true power of the Glowmide Queen's black flame was lost. Marika had won. So one kind of insane piece of speculation is that this body could actually be the Glowmide Queen's, given the Godskin and the rune and the war that Marika won against her in the beginning. But this theory about this being the Glowmide Queen is entirely built upon the premise that this lump is Godskin, and that premise might be false. Of all the characters we know in Elden Ring, I do think she's the most likely candidate, but to be honest, I actually think it's more likely that this is a character or a thing we've never seen before. It's a sort of tempting impulse with Elden Ring lore to try to explain the story based on what we know, but the truth is that FromSoft are going to introduce a ton of new characters and concepts and names that we've never even heard of before in the DLC, and those are the things that will shape our new understanding of the game. Thus, keep in mind, it's just as likely this could be some old god we've never heard of that Marika took runes or the Elden Ring from. And speaking of claiming the Elden Ring, the soundtrack you can actually hear in this scene is the Elden Beast's soundtrack. The Elden Ring became the Elden Beast, and it's something that we face as we attempt to claim the ring, so maybe that's kind of what Marika's doing here as well. The Elden Beast's theme here sounds really distorted, as if it's cutting out. I wonder why that is.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal.
Seduction and betrayal is certainly par for the course for Marika, who has a history of such things. Renala, in particular, comes to mind. She is a champion who was seduced by Radagon, who is also Marika. Their marriage with Renala settled a war that Marika couldn't win, after which Renala was abandoned by Radagon Marika and left broken. Marika wins again. So I wonder if this seduction and betrayal that the trailer mentions could have been applied to the Glowmide Queen or some other rivals in the past as well. The next line does call it an affair. The wording makes it sound so scandalous.
An affair from which gold arose.
So could Marika have used Radagon to play that seductive trick twice? For that to be true, Radagon would need to have been one with Marika since the beginning. And actually, Marika's torso is a bit more masculine here than expected. Better evidence though here is the hair. If you look closely, you can see a strong reddish tint to Marika's hair, particularly at the back here. But to be honest, I think it's more likely that the trailer is talking about Marika's seductions and betrayals in a more general sense. The Erdtree and the Golden Order are inherently very seductive concepts after all. It was advertised as an age of endless bounty and endless life, but that was a lie, and the truth is surely more sinister. Clearly. So where is this place? On the border of two worlds, apparently, filled with corpses and viscera. It's almost as if this mountain of corpses is making up some sort of gate. From our perspective, you can see a golden sky within and a gloam-colored sky without, and presumably the reverse would be true if you were to look in from the other side. At first, I thought this dark world might be the land of shadow, and that light world might be the heavens or something like that, and that the lands between could be named the lands between because maybe it grew out of the border of these two places. Is that even possible? Alternatively, this could be the land of shadow, and the lands between could be the golden world beyond. What do you guys think? So here comes the next crazy theory. What if this towering structure is the Erdtree in its primordial form? It would make sense for the Erdtree to have been grown on some border between worlds. It appears in both worlds, after all, golden in one and shadow in the other. The biggest piece of evidence for this idea is that the primordial form of the Erdtree is also known as the Crucible, where primordial life was blended together. We know that the Crucible is what became the Erdtree's vital energies. Now, we've never seen the physical form of this Crucible, but we do have a few hints as to what it might look like. The first comes from the Gilded Great Shield, which states that the red tinge in the gold coat mirrors the primordial matter that became the Erdtree. There's also a great sword of a Crucible Knight that has a red tint that exemplifies the nature of primordial gold, said to be close in nature to life itself. Lastly, red, mushy root resin shows up at the Erdtree's own roots. And this towering structure does feature a very red blending of life, what with all the viscera here. So could the Crucible literally be a blending of lives that gave rise to the Erdtree? In the end here, all we really know for sure right now is what the trailer literally tells us. And it's that this affair, this beginning, gave rise to gold and shadow, and that a war would follow sometime after.
What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
This part of the trailer is a little bit easier to explain. Here we see Mesmer's forces marching within this castle that we saw disintegrating in the previous gameplay trailer. It's a bloodbath here, and it looks like Mesmer's forces experienced very little in the way of resistance. Perhaps the residents of this place weren't expecting or prepared for a purge at all. Mesmer stands over the battlefield, directing snakes of red-black flame below. If you need to learn more about who Mesmer is, then I recommend you check out our previous news video, which speculates more deeply on his character. But suffice to say, he is a character that is considered to be on equal footing to the other demigods and children of Marika. That's the official quote. And he's almost certainly a child of Marika, given his dialogue in the previous trailer.
Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?
In this new trailer, we see him purging this part of the Land of Shadow, at least, in an act of what they're calling tyranny, presumably on behalf of his mother, who wanted no songs sung about this land or war. Earlier, we speculated that Mesmer might have been specifically a child of Marika and Radigan's union, considering his red hair, and while I still think that's likely to be true, I don't think we speculated on when Mesmer would have likely been born, so let's do that now. As far as we know, Radigan only made his first public appearance in the Liurnian Wars, and only had children with Renala, and then again with Marika after he abandoned Renala. However, I'm not sure it makes sense for Mesmer to have been born that late in the timeline, since it seems likely the purge took place much earlier in the timeline, at a point that followed the beginning. So what if Mesmer was born outside of wedlock, so to speak? What if Marika Radigan conceived Mesmer on their own ages ago? In this early age, Marika might not yet have had Godfrey to fight her wars for her, but it seems she did have Mesmer. In this context, it might have been a brilliant political play to use Mesmer to usurp the Land of Shadow in his tyranny and then essentially lock him away in this veiled land to rule. Maybe this solved quite a few problems all at once, especially considering how blasphemous Mesmer would have been to Marika's rule in the Lands Between. Though again, this is just speculation. As expected, the Wicker Men march on Mesmer's side and will have to fight one, as seen here in the gameplay trailer. A recent tweet states, "The sordid sins of war still walk the realm of shadows, even as their victims search fruitlessly for recompense." The brunt of Mesmer's army consists of extremely well-disciplined masked soldiers wielding spears, led perhaps by these knights in black and gold trim. They look a lot like this knight fought in the gameplay trailer. In the next scene, we see the Lion Dancer smashing aside two of Mesmer's soldiers before it confronts Mesmer himself. In the shot to follow, we see the flame he's conjuring in response to this assault, followed by three large, impaled bodies. As you might already know, the Lion Dancer is actually made up of three bodies, and so the implication here is that these are the three bodies with long cloaks that were puppeteering the Lion Dancer in the previous scene before Mesmer killed and impaled them. Now's a good time to note that many on the receiving end of Mesmer's purge have what look like omen horns. The creature on the stairs has them too, and its robes look a lot like the ones worn by these enemies in the previous trailer, who also have horns. As discussed at length in previous videos, those with omen horns can be linked to the primordial crucible, and the crucible talismans make it clear that horns and other such aspects were once considered signifiers of the divine. It seems this was a culture and an idea that Marika wanted to stamp out, since she probably had new ideas about what should be considered heavenly. This is probably why the almost genetic reappearance of omen horns during her era was seen as a bad omen, to her at least. Maybe these horns were an element of the truth, hidden beneath the surface, coming back to haunt her. The only one without horns that we see on the receiving end of Mesmer's flame is seen here, a feminine figure who seems to be holding some sort of undulating blade. Is this a spiral weapon, like so many others in Elden Ring, or is it maybe a sort of banner? Anyway, she's the last in this video's long list of atrocities for now. Next, let's talk about Miquella, who seems intent on bringing the truth to light.
And so kindly Miquella would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. We choose to follow. Will you walk with us?
One question I'm curious about the answer to in the DLC is, how did Miquella become aware of what happened in the beginning with Marika? My answer for now is that Miquella is quite like Marika in a couple of ways. For one, he's considered to be an Empyrean, with the wisdom, the allure of a god. Maybe he's quite capable of thinking like one. Another similarity is that Miquella literally tried to grow his own Erdtree, watering it with his own blood, since it was a sapling. What if this gave him an insight into how such trees were supposed to grow? And if we're right about this being the crucible, perhaps Miquella realized the sheer amount of blood that would have been required for the Erdtree that already exists. So out of everyone, Miquella could probably figure it out. A few items actually consider Mikola to be a genius, and he's called a prodigy, so his ability to puzzle out the truths of this universe make good sense. In the face of these truths, he abandoned everything, and these sacrifices clearly have a purpose. We don't understand that purpose just yet, but take these scenes for instance. These markings left behind are in the shape of a great rune, something that Mikola would have had, and surely these are Mikola's own great runes that he's leaving behind, presumably for us. At first I thought that you might be able to rest at these, like sites of grace, but in a recent promotional image it's been revealed that grace still exists in the Land of Shadow. The previous trailer says that Mikola is awaiting his promised lord. That's likely us, though it's possible his followers each believe that it's them, as they're clearly following this hallowed land that Mikola has left behind as well. And here they are, a veritable Band of the Hawk, presented with this uplifting surge of music in the trailer. Mikola's faithful compelled to follow him. Surely all these great NPCs aren't going to suffer horrific, terrible deaths, right? Right? We've already seen 4 of these NPCs in the previous trailer. There's the knight, this warrior, this tanky guy, and the masked one. Previously, the masked one was actually seen sleeping in what we suspected was a swamp of St. Trina, and since then we've received confirmation from Miyazaki that St. Trina will indeed make an appearance in the DLC. And sure enough, here they are now, in the trailer. St. Trina, presented in the context of things that Mikola has abandoned.
His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate.
Considering St. Trina is falling in this scene, holding their arm up to the light, at first glance I assumed that this is the fate that Mikola was leaving behind, abandoning his alter ego. On second thought though, we know that Mikola is abandoning his golden self, so perhaps it's more likely that St. Trina will be all that's left. But since they're making an appearance, I assume that we'll get to the bottom of things. All of this is a lot of speculation, I know. I feel like the closer we get to the truth, the more questions are raised. But hopefully, if nothing else, I think this was an opportunity to refresh our memory of a few things that we should look out for going into the DLC. But what about after the DLC?
this ready to make. Master, I was the Erdtree. I know it. Master, your and that a royal just wait. Oh, please do.
Greeting. Do you possess? Then I would concern Radigan repented he order this mirror and so you to restore my faith the mirror and this time if you I hope that you wish Lord Radigan he came to thee soon however Radigan left taking the time the mystery as to why and moreover
Bok, this ready to make it. Thank you. Amazing. The spec. Are you sir? Have I'll polish. I'll be now. Master. Well, has the well, being. Do you think that I'm as? Oh, I need to learn it. Master, would you mind? I heard that. Well, and you'd so please allow me. You, my lord, please and please. Going, please.
you're beautiful.
Bok, this ready to make. Did I just thank you? Mum was. And now, do you think? My lord, I may the throne. Going, please.
PS1. And no, not like PlayStation 1, but PlanetSide 1. A name and acronym that broke Guinness World Records when it hit the virtual world scene. Now, I'm sure many of you watching were unaware that a title dubbed PlanetSide 2 had a previous title. I know,
crazy, but PS1 not only led the way for PS2, it led the way for effectively all massive online FPSs and even combined ARMS games. Created by Rogue Planet Games and published by SOE, the legendary and sort of infamous Sony Online Entertainment, PlanetSide 1 would launch May 2003 and would have one of the longest runs as a virtual world, staying live for over 13 years. PlanetSide 1 might not be like some other failures we have covered in the series with a lengthy history and a legendary pioneer status, but I think that there is still very much to diagnose and uncover in the timeline of PS1 that could have led to the game having even greater success. Something some would say closer to PS2 even. And that's sort of what we do in the Death of a Game series, a series where we take the largest contributing factors for a game's death or demise by utilizing various clues and bits of evidence that we uncover navigating the timeline of events, and then put it all together for a final deduction, in the end, where every detective's favorite moment of truth happens, and we solve the case. We're gonna have to dig back deep for this one, which excites me, I must say. 24 years in the past is going to be chock full of history and intrigue, so let's get to the case. With the incredible success of the first 3D online persistent RPG, EverQuest, or that is what IGN and perhaps some others at the time were calling the genre in the 2000s, SOE would express the desire to create yet more virtual worlds. As described by lead designer Kevin McCann, PS1 was a world where players, when they first create a character in the game, will ally that character with one of the 4 rival corporations that are at war with another, so even if you're playing by yourself, you're still part of the parent team, part of a cause. So people who are in the field with you might help you out because you are part of the same corporation as you. You can further form outfits that are basically your supported clans. Under these corporations, they work much more as a team. The goal of the game really is pretty much territorial war. Now the actual background story, with each side, of course, has their own propaganda, but the game definitely takes much more of a focus on the actual action. It's funny how in hindsight the idea of combined arms territorial control warfare online worlds, well that's a mouthful, seemed quite simple in explanation, but it was anything but that. PlanetSide 1 was pushing the boundaries like many pioneers in the early virtual world scene. What was for the time largely a focus on online play period, these titles were searching for yet more. They wanted what was described as massive gameplay, and thus a massive world. PlanetSide was early on trying to have merely hundreds of players. Later on, they were able to hit as many as 999 players, breaking a Guinness World Record in the process, and helping define what would be later known as the MMO genre. If you notice that I didn't say RPG, it's because PS1 was an FPS, which also made it a unique pioneer in the space. Don Newfield, who also served as the lead programmer on the project, would detail in a Medium post how close the game was to be cancelled, which makes it a miracle it even launched, let alone broke the records and expectations. According to Don, the lead programmers working on the project before were less than stellar, or preoccupied at least, which shifted him, despite his inexperience at the time, into a leadership position. And I think it's just really interesting to hear how close to the finish line some of these projects can get, like PS1, and still manage to have such serious issues that threaten the project's life. But this was all too common for pioneers in the MMO space. They were basically treading untreaded ground. PlanetSide 1, July 2nd, 2001 would preview their game for all to see. PS1 was already capable of achieving 500 players, which was incredibly impressive. Check out these early screenshots of what the game looked like and showcased what the early NC faction looked like, which we will talk about more shortly. PlanetSide 1's beta would take place November 1st, 2002 and would feature up to 1,000 players at the same time. You have to remember, this is pre-WoW popularizing the genre, so how impressive this was in 2002 cannot be understated. By beta, PlanetSide was described as set far into the future and a war-based RPG of epic proportions. With nearly 64 kilometers of land per continent, a brand new 3D engine, and lifelike visual effects and ambient sounds, PlanetSide is one of SOE's heavy hitters. I don't know if they were going by RPG, by the way, or that's just IGN calling them an RPG. The plot, though, such as it is, involves future spacefaring humans under the banner of the totalitarian Terran Republic, stumbling through a wormhole onto a suspiciously Earth-like planet dubbed Araxis, and becoming trapped there when the wormhole unexpectedly closes off, Cut off from the rest of humanity, the Araxians splintered into 3 factions, kicking off an all-out war for control over the bases established across the planet. The featured factions that still exist today in PlanetSide 2 were the New Conglomerate, the NC, the Vanu Sovereignty, or the VS, and the TR, or Terran Republic. Terran Republic remained loyal to the Empire, and their ultimate goal was to re-establish the wormhole and bring the planet back under Terran control proper. Their weapons and vehicles would spew bullets and shells at high rates of fire, but have relatively low damage per shot. The New Conglomerate, or NC, are a coalition of rebels who prefer democracy, freedom, and human rights over the Republic's totalitarian regime or the Sovereignty's secretive technocracy. Their weapons are slow firing, but pack a high damage per shot, and their vehicles are big and slow but heavily armored. The Vanu Sovereignty, or the VS, are a cult of scientists and other intellectuals who embraced the Vanu technology that they discovered to a much greater extent than the other factions, hoping to eventually ascend to a higher plane of existence, as they believed that the Vanu originally did themselves. Energy weapons are their specialty, of course, and often with the unique ability to fire in standard or armor-piercing modes using the same sort of ammo. Their vehicles are relatively fragile, but that allows them to strafe quickly and scoot over bodies of water and attack from unexpected angles. Now I want you guys to go to war in the comments and tell me which faction, in your opinion, is the best and why. And I should say I personally enjoyed the Vanu's slick machinery and Power Ranger color scheme, but that's just me. The factions would become iconic in PlanetSide, despite not having super deep lores. It was cool to see how invested the Rogue Planet Games team was behind this from the start, and this should serve as a lesson to other virtual world creators that success in factions in a world immersion doesn't come without intention and work, and being early in the process. PlanetSide 1 would launch May 20th, 2003, and although many players were enjoying the game, and according to aggregate review website Metacritic, 81% of the critics were also enjoying it. IGN, on the other hand, an outlet notorious for not knowing much about virtual worlds and even continuing to do that much later in their years, would rate PS1 a 7.7 out of 10, stating that what can be a really exciting team game experience is marred by having to play with uncooperative idiots, monotonous landscapes, long wait times to get into the action, and a serious lack of definitive purpose. Not having a greater goal to strive towards means hollow victories and eventual lack of interest. Now the first bit. Let's just be honest here. Join a clan or find people to play with. It's not really a striking criticism, but it's a real one at least. I mean, team games do rub some players the wrong way. It's just kind of a moot point. The second point about how much long-term goals of progression were lacking, though, is kind of real and spot on, honestly, about the series in general. PlanetSide doesn't flex its muscles generally with the stuff that most MMOs are known for. And while that lends itself to the FPS nature of the game, many virtual world fans like myself are left a bit wanting. They would further explain in the review itself that although the factions being varied from each other and having backstories was cool, they didn't really seem to be actually deep enough or different past the surface level. There wasn't an ongoing story, and the actual plot of the game has hardly ever evolved. Players enjoy virtual worlds for how they feel when they live in them, and PS1's world was a bit monotonous and repetitive, even for the time, and it struggled to catch long-term attention in many ways because of that. Still, some reviewers, like IGN and even players, because PS1 was fashioned more like a shooter, they were expecting like Battlefield or Wolfenstein levels of competition, and that just wasn't really feasible given the engine of PlanetSide 1 at the time, and just not really their competition at the end of the day. Where PS1 would soar, and where PS2 IMO kind of like fails at, is there was far more of a focus on the logistics of the battle and the transport of materials through the process of what was called ants. I think logistics are super underdeveloped in video games, think like games like Foxhole, especially when they're done in a way that's both useful and fun, which is kind of difficult to do. PS1 had more of a focus on gathering the resources that you would need to spawn vehicles and special troops, while PS2 in the future would remove most of this. I think there's two ideas here, or two schools of thoughts, and that's where the divide of PS1 is quite evident even from inception. One is that PS2 took more of the FPS approach, which was warranted to evolve the series for FPS fans. Two is that the MMO roots of PS1 were largely removed by the time the game launched, and especially PS2 would launch. That's because supposedly PS1 was supposed to originally contain AI, a persistent threat that players would actually have to work against. And the game would also feature an economy and quests in a much more fleshed out world. However, somewhere along the way, Rogue Planet Games would shift PS1 towards being more of an online FPS, and while there were some strengths to that, I think in the end they actually struggled heavily because of their decision, as I will explain later. PS1, though, was changing the way the world viewed online FPSs, and I mean, this is 3 years before Battlefield 2142 for reference, and 1 year after Battlefield 1942. PlanetSide 1, being a product of the time, would follow suit with its stablemate EverQuest and create a paid expansion. Combat Core would hit the world September 29, 2003, and like the name implied, would update the core combat of the game. It would also add the controversial mech suits to the game, a heavily armored Juggernaut special troop that had a massive health pool and power weapons. The majority of the changes with the game were fundamental balance changes, however, and there's really nothing wrong with that if it was just like a major free update. But this was a paid expansion, which is kind of bizarre in hindsight. $30 for a few new zones, which I forgot to mention, because the zones are pretty much the same stuff rinse and repeat with different color schemes and no new mechanics added or story. The expansion was controversial, and according to fans it wasn't really worth the money, which ended up splitting the player base. But SOE and thus Rogue Planet Games were reportedly dedicated to creating more content to keep their persistent world alive. And while some were writing off PlanetSide as merely just an online FPS shooter, it seemed like SOE still wanted in some ways for the game to be seen as an MMO, or at least a virtual world. PlanetSide Aftershock was the bundled deal that included both the Combat Core and the newest update, Battleframe Robotics, or BFRs for short, and thus the fate of the game was even more irreversibly changed than with mech suits. BFRs were created in part to solve the already ever-increasing issue of a low population, which would only continue to worsen with the mega launch of WoW in 2004. BFRs and artillery were effectively ways for smaller groups of players to compete against larger groups of players, which always sounds like a good idea in theory. The problem arises when the more dominant forces tries to and starts to and succeeds at acquiring them more than the others, and thus keep the other players from doing the same. It's especially worse when things like BFRs would just eat tanks for breakfast. Throw in a desperate need for balancing at launch, and the BFR update is easily one of the most disliked, which again is saying something with mech suits in the conversation. Now, the issue I found with BFRs wasn't necessarily them being included, period, and I know some people feel that way, especially because they weren't included in the second game. But the problem I think is that after they were included and just 1 year later, they weren't updated anymore, despite community complaints. This in a modern context is a bit more obvious, as it's oftentimes seen as a developer not properly responding to their community feedback and thus paying the price, but this was more common back then, especially with pioneer MMOs. The focus was shifted more towards content at the time and shiny things, which is kind of like an idea that makes sense, right? But unfortunately, that wasn't what was bleeding the already existing player base. And paid expansions do very little to attract new players, unfortunately. The bending was a major moment in PS1 history. It was the last major update on the level of an expansion, and it helped define more of the story of the world and the game.
This is the image that Gucci would like to project.
Gucci doesn't belong in a mall. It belongs in a museum.
I could have my Gucci on. Where you Gucci back row?
Oh my God.
Gucci is that brand that makes people think they want to live larger than life and be sexy and be adventurous and be unconventional.
But behind the scenes, things have been a bit less.
I don't understand why people buy this shit. Like, I've never been to a Gucci store, and to be honest with you, I would go into a Gucci store and I would want to look around. It'd be like going to a zoo. Like, I'm not going to come home with one of the orangutans, but I at least want to see what they really look like, you know?
Glamorous.
Still in shock from Gucci's dramatic slowdown.
Gucci sales falling 20% in Asia.
Jesus.
A steep drop in sales at its flagship Gucci brand.
Clearly, Gucci isn't at the top of its game.
So how did Gucci and the $50 billion...
You know what the problem is? They probably let too many poor people have their brand. And so now it gets associated with poor people instead of poor people that are pretending like they're not. Like Louis Vuitton and all the other ones. Like Balenciaga.
Conglomerate that owns it fall from high fashion to the discount rack.
Ooh.
While Gucci is an icon of Italian fashion, it's been owned by the French company Kering for the past 2 decades.
Kering is a luxury conglomerate that is controlled by the Pinault family.
Even though it is an established multi-brand luxury group, they have other storied brands like Yves Saint Laurent and Bottega Veneta and Balenciaga, Gucci is really the mothership for the company.
Kering was founded by Francois Pinault, who built the company through acquisitions over several decades. He's now 87, and his son, Francois-Henri, has taken over.
He's well known because he hangs out quite a lot on the red carpets. His wife is Salma Hayek, the actress and producer.
Nice.
Kering's big rival is LVMH, the owner of Louis Vuitton and Christian Dior, among others.
So all of these companies are owned by the same, like, handful of rich guys? I didn't know that, but I should have. Who could have ever yeah, what a twist.
That company is run by Bernard Arnault. So there's a duopoly in the French fashion world.
I know that guy. He's the richest guy in the world right now, I'm pretty sure.
With LVMH under Arnault on one side and Kering under Pinault on the other. That rivalry really came to a head in the late 90s when Arnault had set his sights on acquiring Gucci for LVMH.
And that was the point when Tom Ford and Domenico De Sole were running Gucci as a public company, and they didn't want Mr. Arnault to have it. And they ended up signing an agreement with Francois Pinault, the father, who was the white knight who came in.
So initially they bought a 40% stake in Gucci, and eventually they bought the rest of it after a lot of acrimonious moves against LVMH.
During that era, Kering was about the same size as LVMH. In the years since, they've had different trajectories. With savvy deal-making and management, LVMH's value has soared to $450 billion, while Kering's
I think that a lot of, like, luxury brands, what they really have is that there's, like, you know, like, there's, this is, like, a weird parallel, but, like, this is the best one I can do to, like, I think people would like, understand what I'm trying to say. Is, like, you know, like, a lot of streamers that are really popular on, like, Twitter, but nobody watches their stream? And so they don't really stream a lot because they don't want people to realize that they've fallen off. Yeah, right? And so I feel like that's kind of the way a lot of luxury brands are, is that it's all based off of hype. And the moment that you lose that hype or you lose that mystique, then the brand is totally destroyed. Nobody cares anymore.
LVMH's market cap
it's all
nowadays
perception.
is about 10
it's all about the
times bigger
perception.
than Kering's. Kering is very dependent on Gucci. Basically, about 50% of its sales come from Gucci, but more than 2/3 of operating profit come from Gucci.
So when Gucci is suffering, the whole company is suffering.
At LVMH, it's slightly different. Louis Vuitton generates about a quarter of total sales, but it's about half of total profitability. The fact that LVMH is less dependent on one single brand provides more stability.
Even so, Gucci, and therefore Kering, has had a few successful years. And that was largely down to one man, Alessandro Michele.
In the years that followed the nomination of Alessandro
I love how, like, the guy that made the, like, luxury fashion brand successful looks exactly the way that I would expect him to look. Of course. Yep. Of course it's him.
Michele as creative director at Gucci
Yep.
in 2015, the label did really, really well.
Oh, man.
They kept putting out hit products.
There was the Marmont bag in 2016, for instance, and the Dionysus bag and the Princetown slippers a year earlier.
The furry slippers really became a hit product. They're really
Dionysus, wasn't he just like a fat god that just sat around and drank wine all day? I don't know if that's really something I'd want to...
resonated well with the younger generations. They were bohemian, they were maximalists, and they were chic. And during that time, the market cap of Kering actually quadrupled. Sales at Gucci more than tripled.
But being a top fashion brand comes with problems.
Finding that right balance in the fashion industry to stay on top and yet have your products be fresh, it's very difficult to hit and it's very difficult to maintain over the long term.
The Fashion Retail List publishes rankings in the world.
What they need to do, I think what Gucci needs to do is they need to make it to where they have like a, like they need to start doing like segregation where like they don't let poor people or like ugly people buy their stuff, and they'll do like background checks on you to make sure that like there's no like people that are like actually broke and fat that have Gucci stuff on, because like if you see that, it's gonna be like, well, I don't want to buy that anymore. That's what Bugatti. Yeah, see, that's what they need to do. Yeah, I mean see, that's if they want to come back, that's what it needs to be, guys. Like, I'm just look, Instagram, yeah, Instagram
brands.
verification.
And Gucci
yeah,
has fallen down the rankings.
Yep, there it is.
Since 2022, the performance at Gucci and therefore Kering has really suffered. Sales have missed a number of times, and the stock price has really tumbled.
The success of Louis Vuitton.
Like, if I had a Gucci shirt or something like that, I would wear it if it was comfortable. Like, I don't, like, this is the same with, like, whenever I say I don't give a shit about, like, aesthetic stuff and, like, car stuff, what I mean by that is that if somebody got one for me and I liked it and it felt good to wear, I'd wear it a lot. Like, would I wear it more than the shirt that I already am wearing? Probably not. You know, I already am using the shirt. But, like, I'm not going to go out of my way to get it. And, like, if it happens, then it happens. But, like, it's not a big deal. For a month straight? Yeah, I don't know. Which one is it? What's this? What's this? I don't even know. I think didn't I tear the tag off this? No, I didn't. What is this? It says, basic equipment. I probably bought this at the thrift store. Yeah. Another Amazon Basics. Yeah, is that it?
Meanwhile, helped turn Bernard Arnault into, at times, the richest person in the world. And his was a very different strategy.
So, I mean, in some ways, Louis Vuitton has a more classic image and positioning. LVMH has been at this longer.
I do feel like the people that buy Gucci stuff are generally the people that have never seen more than $10,000 in their bank account at a time. Like, I do feel like, yeah.
Really total pros in this game.
There's a difference between luxury and fashion. In fashion, for instance, you're relying on trends, whereas in luxury, you rely on timeless, on heritage products that basically stand the test of time.
That's what differentiates top-tier luxury brands, such as Louis Vuitton and Hermes.
A typical luxury product, for instance, is the Birkin bag.
Yeah, Hermes, they do this too. Like, they basically, they do a background check on you before they let you buy their products. That way they don't have broke bitches buying their bags. And there's like a lot of middle-class women that go into debt in order to buy enough things from that company in order to be able to buy another thing from the company. Whenever I said gacha players are the dumbest people, I really just meant in gaming. There's groups of people that are even dumber than that, but they're not in gaming. But they're out there.
Which was created in the 1980s, and that is still very much sought after.
Yeah.
You know, one single bag can cost more than 10,000 euros.
With some of Michele's products, Gucci may have missed an opportunity.
As I said, bro, like, exactly what I would fucking expect. Fucking exactly.
Missed an opportunity.
According to company insiders, these products like the furry slippers or the Marmot or the Dionysus
the wizard,
could have become one of those heritage timeless products, but they didn't. And the mistake was that basically they created many variations of these products. They were overexposed somehow. This was a reflection of the short-termism at Kering, basically trying to maximize sales and profits in the short term.
This is reflected
in it's too cheap, bro. It's too cheap. Like, you have to understand that, like, the value of a luxury good, you can't think about this like a businessman. You have to think about it like an idiot. It's good because it's expensive. It's good because other people don't have it. Is that something a businessman would think? No. Is it something a moron would think? Absolutely. And who the fuck do you think is buying this?
Company's share price. For every $1 of profit that LVMH is expected to make, investors give it about $24 of value. For every $1 of profit at Kering, they only give it about $15. That's because they're more optimistic about LVMH's future business prospects, because it isn't quite as vulnerable to the whims of fashion.
So Pinault knows that Gucci basically needs to play more in the most exclusive luxury space.
Yeah, see, this is why
in February at the annual results.
It's crazy how, like, these people are like professionals, but like I think they're saying kind of what I'm saying, but like they're saying it in a smart way, where I'm like, yeah, you just don't want to have broke bitches buying your stuff. Like, I think they're saying the same thing. Did rappers ruin Gucci brand? That's a great question. Because, like, I don't think that you're totally wrong. I don't think you're right. Gucci, that's the first thing I thought of too. But, like, it definitely took a hit, yeah.
To basically lift the brand and put it in the same category as some of its peers like Hermès, Chanel, or Louis Vuitton. But the thing is, he's been saying that since 2006.
Maybe the reason why Hermès and like all the other ones are not as affected by this with rap is they're harder to say. So like you can say Gucci real easy, but like it's harder to say like some of these other like fucking French names. Yeah, they don't rhyme well. No, you think about it, right? I mean, like, this is like, we're talking meta level, but like, it's kind of true. You can't really rhyme Hermès, yeah, exactly.
Pinault himself.
At LVMH, for the most
It's
critical
harder.
and most important decisions, they're taken by Bernard Arnault himself. At Kering, the management style is slightly different. People have described him as being more hands-off, as being a little bit more laissez-faire, and as giving the brands more autonomy.
Critics cite the 2022 Balenciaga scandal as evidence of this. The brand had to apologize after one of its ad campaigns was accused of sexualizing children. Still,
Yeah, if you look at the commercials, I remember this whenever it happened. Yeah, it was a bad one.
in 2023, Pinault found another reason to lose focus.
In 2023, the Pinault family bought a majority stake in Creative Artists Agency. According to some luxury observers, that was seen as a distraction for François-Henri Pinault.
Gucci parted ways with Michele in 2022 over a difference in creative vision.
And a few months later, in early...
Man, they shouldn't have... So he got rid of his wizard? So what's the logic here, right? I mean, like, how does the king get rid of his greatest wizard and think that the kingdom is going to be okay? Like, that, what a fuck up. Hubris, yeah. It's... The king got an ego. Yeah, bro. Can't let that happen.
2023, they named a new
Arthur
designer,
never got rid of
Salvatore
Merlin,
Sandro.
true.
He was a relatively unknown figure from Valentino.
At first, his design seemed more staid than Michele's, playing into Pinault's plan to elevate the brand.
So Pinault wants Gucci basically to become a true luxury player. However, making that pivot takes time. It's a marathon at the end of the day. It's not a sprint.
Man. I just can't believe that people spend money on this shit. The moment people started wearing Gucci flip-flops, I knew the brand wasn't luxury anymore. Gucci destroyed itself when it started making streetwear. It cheapened the brand entirely. And the problem with that is that, like, again, you can't think like a businessman. You have to think like a moron. What would a moron do? Well, a moron would think that spending money on, like, you know, having other poor people or people that you think are losers or broke, having your clothes makes you a loser too. Like, you've got to be kind of dumb to have that opinion, right? But those are the people that are buying these clothes. And it's the same thing, like with Twitch, it's the same thing. People watch streams because they have a lot of viewers. And they don't want to go and just watch a stream that nobody's watching. They want to watch the popular stream because the popular streams are better. Because everybody knows bigger number, better person. That's just the way it is. And like, so here's the thing, right? Is like, if you're a, like, think of this as like Rust, okay? Who would you rather kill in Rust? Would you rather kill a guy with, like, you know, a loincloth on with a rock? Or do you want to kill a guy that's got full armor on and he's got the new M249? Well, you're going to want to kill the guy with the M429. So if you're a rich dude and you actually have a lot of fucking money, you don't want people seeing that, because then they might try to fuck with you, or they might try to talk to you or interact with you or have something to do with you, fucking annoy you or something like that. You don't want to do that. Yeah, absolutely fucking not. Probably just use a slim black t-shirt. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's some, like, I've seen like Armani suits that look nice, etc. Right, I mean, there are some luxury brand stuff that does look nice, but like, it is crazy to me that people get so invested into it. And I think that it's all about ego, man. It's all about the people trying to act like they're not broke. That's what it's all about the whole time. Hugo Boss military. Yeah, Hugo Boss made military uniforms in, let's see, what was 1943? Oh, jeez, what was that? Fuck. And it's peacocking for humans. 95% of luxury are brands for poor quality materials and poor craftsmanship. Yeah, some people do think that if you pay more, you get better quality. Well, in a lot of cases, that's true. Like, I mean, it's not like it's completely untrue. It's just not a one-to-one. So, like, if you pay 10 times as much money, the quality is twice as good. Well, the 10 to 2 is a pretty bad fucking ratio, though, isn't it? So that's where the issue comes in, right there. I genuinely hate your take on this. Why? No. This is, I mean, like, what do you disagree? Let me see. You constantly, what's this here? You constantly ragging people for buying designer clothes when it's in reality it's no different than buying video games? How do you think it's not different? How do you feel like it's the same thing? I don't see, like, I mean, this doesn't make sense to me, right? I'm gonna just be honest with you. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. I think this is silly. Some games are genuinely not worth the money, don't you think? You've been following me since 2020. I've said that 100 times. Didn't I just make a video about this with Assassin's Creed? Remember I called them dick eaters? The difference, I call these people complicit dick eaters. But it makes you happy, so you are dumb, or just a person with interests? I'm trying to think about how to respond to this in a way that's not... So here's what I think you're saying. I think what you're saying is that if the video game makes them happy, then are they dumb for just being happy, or are they just a person with interests? I think that they are stupid. And here's the reason why I think that they're stupid. It's because they think that and they're happy because of a reward structure that's been created in order to generate profits for a company, not for a person's fulfillment. So a person's sense of fulfillment is based around the approval of other people, which I think is pathetic, and you'll never really be happy if that's what you do. But on top of that, it's not based off of their own value judgment. It's based off of them foregoing their own value judgment and then allowing somebody else to make that judgment for them. So yes, I do think that they are in fact stupid. Does that make sense? Ego has a price tag, yes. Because you're letting your ego. How do you know that person is trying to please others? That's a reach. So, okay, let me ask you this. How many people do you think that buy Gucci, like Gucci bags and stuff like this, like percentage-wise, buy it to show it off, and they want people to comment on it? I think almost half the people genuinely like the brand ethos. How many people of those half understand what the word ethos means? I would say probably another half of a half of a half of a half. So you think that less than, you think that 50% of people that buy Gucci are stupid then, right? Based off of like your logic. Is that you said half of them buy it because they like the brand, but the implication is that the other half buy it because they're stupid. And you said almost half, which implies that it's less. So you think that over half of the people that buy Gucci are stupid, and you agree with me. Because almost means less than. Come on, Asman, throw me a bone. Well, but I mean, like, that's true though, right? Because like, from my opinion, I've never seen somebody who... Some buy it because they like, and others for ego. It's the nature of the beast. Do you buy it? Let's speed run this. Do you own Gucci and like luxury stuff? I own luxury, yes. You said yes. How much money you make a year? Be honest. Not a lot, but I love fashion. It's my hobby. Okay. So you acknowledge that you're making bad decisions with your money, which is fine. You want to make bad decision with your money, that's okay. But if you like it, that doesn't make it a good decision. There's a lot of people that make bad decisions with money. So like games then? Yeah. If you don't have any money and you're broke, you shouldn't be spending a ton of money on video games. Yeah. I think we might be getting somewhere near. And how, guys, look at this. Oh, man. I'm just saying it feels adjacent to video games. Well, it's not like video games at all. Because you can't really, so luxury goods don't have a individual use case. They have a use case that functions as an extension of an existing use case, which is basically consuming, like wearing clothes. So if I buy Elden Ring, I can play Elden Ring for 200 hours. Like, I like playing Elden Ring. You want to wear your clothes, you can do that. That's fine. But, like, is your enjoyment of wearing, like, the fashion clothes that much higher than just wearing normal clothes? And also, if your enjoyment of wearing fashionable clothes is that much higher, is that enjoyment derived from your own personal opinion, or is it derived from how people perceive you? Because I think that the people that think fashion is worth it because of how people see them are right. And they care about how people see them a lot. That's the reason. It's the perception. Video games are a bad investment of time anyway? Oh yeah, for sure. But if people like doing it, then they should do it. It's just entertainment. It's derived from what I think about the brand. You can wear a coat for decades. It's very possible. Yeah, I know. I bought this shirt at the thrift store for probably $3 10 years ago. I'm still wearing it. Yeah. Like, you don't need an expensive pair of clothes to have it last a long time. And the clothes is basically a flex. Yeah, exists. I guess he's saying people treat video games like fashion for ego, like showing off. Not really. People play video games for their own enjoyment. Sounds like a good shirt. Yeah, exactly. It used to be white. Yeah, it's white. Yeah, when I bought it, it was a white shirt. I don't wear brands. Well, I mean, I personally don't. So this is like a personal thing with me. I don't like wearing clothes that have things on them because the texture irritates my skin. I don't like it. And so anything that has a texture in the middle right here, I really don't like wearing anything like that. Growing up, I never felt that way, but now I do. Please don't ban me. I'm just trying to understand your view. My view is that I think that most people that buy luxury goods only buy them because they want to, they want people to see that they have money. I'm not going to ban you. You're not getting banned. Why would he get banned? Like, he's just disagreeing. Like, I don't ban people for disagreeing. I ban people for being rude or obnoxious. So, yeah, he's just being normal. And so, yeah, I disagree with him. I think it's wrong, but, like, it's not a bad person. And so, like, yeah, my viewpoint is that I think a lot of people they buy luxury goods because they are obsessed with other people's opinions of them, and they want to be perceived as a rich or a well-to-do person. So they want to do their best to get that type of opinion about themselves, right? How to look rich as a broke person, right? Like, a lot of people, you know, there's like a term, it's called temporarily embarrassed millionaire, and it applies to like a lot of people in America, where like people in America actually have class solidarity with richer people than what they're part of, like a richer group of people than what they're part of, because they feel like they deserve to be in that higher echelon. And so they basically have a viewpoint where they want to be perceived or be seen as like a rich or successful person because they think that they should be one, right? Most people would, they like it or not. No, I mean, like, and also most conservatives think like that. No, I think that most people in general think like that. I don't think it's really like it's not a political thing that much at all. So yeah. I love my Target jeans, plain and colored shirts. Well, here's the thing, is like, I don't think that it's like a bad thing if you like wearing the brands and you like the clothes. Like, I have friends that like doing it, and like, I think that's fine. I just think that the problem is that whenever, especially like if you're if you're a streamer and you're making $1 million a year and you want to buy a, you know, $200 pair of Gucci like pants or something like that, who cares? Like, it doesn't really matter. But the problem is whenever people are buying it, and they shouldn't be. I think that's really the issue. It's the fact that it's like, what's the word for it? It's irresponsible. It's irresponsible spending. They're usually made at the same sweatshops as the Walmart brands. Yeah, $200, you can barely get a decent pair of jeans for that price. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really need to buy clothes anymore because a lot of brands and people and like also companies that I own make merchandise. So I just don't have to buy clothes anymore because I'll just, by the time that I run out of the clothes that I have, we'll have a new line of clothing and I'll just wear that line instead. So I don't think I've done, I did do laundry. I did do laundry like maybe 6 months ago or something like that, but that was about it. Video games are one thing. The latest iPhone is a luxury gadget. I do think that having to have the latest version of an iPhone is also stupid. I do. I think that, like, so there are exceptions. Like, for example, if you do cosplay or something like that, yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Like, that's smart for you to do that. Like, because you, like, for me, like, I always buy, like, I have a Samsung, like, S, oh, fuck, I pulled the cord out. I have, like, a Samsung S20s, and this is a really nice phone. And whenever I bought it, it was the best phone on the market. It was the most expensive one. It was, like, over $1,000, I think. And I bought it whenever it came out. 20s, I don't know what it's best one. I have no idea. Like, I remember I bought, like, it was the most expensive one in the store. And it's not a big deal, right? Because, like, that's my job. Like, it's my job. Like, so of course I'm gonna buy the good one. And I also use the camera. But it didn't mean Ultra. I don't remember what the phone is. I don't care about. I really don't care about the phone, guys. I don't give a shit. So yeah. Which industry do you think is worse, fashion or jewelry? I think jewelry is probably worse, right? Because don't they get like blood diamonds and stuff? But like, I think it's all pretty much the same. That's what shit wouldn't stop working. Yeah, no, mine works now. $10,000 Japanese jeans. Yeah, I've heard about that. Console wars, phone wars. Yeah, yeah. Gems are cool though. I would, one thing was stream that I always wanted to do is I always wanted to do a stream where I went mining for actual like minerals and like different type of crystals, and then I gave them out to viewers that watched the stream. I thought that would be really cool. But I just haven't really had the opportunity to do it. One day that will happen. Mining? Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that'd be really cool. German did that. He's a smart guy. I'd expect him to do something like that. Would you say eating fast food every day is irresponsible? Yeah, it is. It's not good for you. You shouldn't eat fast food every day. Same as like soda. Shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are bad for you. Like, and like, I don't have a problem with people that do it. I think that the only problem that I have is that when people do it and they act like it's not bad, I think that's really the issue. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you all very much for watching. I appreciate it. I'll be back on later on, probably. And I will see you all later. Bye, boys. Peace. Yeah. So PewDiePie made actually even talked about this, right? Let me see if I can find where it is here. Is this the video? Yeah, I'm actually gonna watch this. This is kind of an old subject. It's really not. I feel like it's gotten worse because like, I feel like YouTube and like streaming comes in like waves where it's like, you know how like for a long time it was like really popular that everybody would play like in like collab groups, and then like it got less popular and then gets more popular. It's like back and forth, right? I feel like you know, right now like nuisance streaming, like going somewhere and being fucking annoying, like it was really popular in like 2015 too, like the you know, like the YouTuber era, and then you had like falling off, and then like you had like the Ice Poseidon era, and like so it was really popular then, and then it kind of fell off, and now it's coming back again, right? And so it's like basically about every like if you take one cycle of middle school and high school, it will happen every cycle. That's actually a really good way to look at it, because like it's like every 7 years, right? Because like middle school is 3 years, high school is 4 years. So like the kids that grew up with one set of them, it has to like reset in order for the annoying YouTubers to respawn. Damn. So I wonder, like, I guess if it happens again in 6 or 7 years, we know that it's true.
Ken! Felix! You know when strangers start small talking with you, they get in there, they ask you questions. So, yeah. Ken, what do you do for a living?
Are you a YouTuber? Look, I'm never going to see you again in my life. Do I really have to tell you my life story? You complete stranger. Go, like, leave me alone.
I don't want to tell you. Someone's asking me questions. I am a YouTuber. Oh, yeah, but I'm not that kind of YouTuber, okay? YouTubers, they're the worst. We know because we are YouTubers.
They sure are.
YouTubers ruin everything, and right now, Ken, YouTubers are ruining Japan.
No, not Japan. That was the Holy Land.
The Holy Land.
That's right.
So this all started, of course, with Logan Paul. Yeah. Now it's becoming.
Well, the thing is with Logan Paul is like, Logan Paul, like this kind of like, I mean, this was a certified gamer moment, right? Like he did really kind of fuck up here, but to be fair, like everybody said, like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, why are you doing this, you dumbass? Like, stop it. You know, everybody was against this. The problem, and it's not like a lot of other people went and copied it either.
Now it's become an infestation. All
It
these
sure
YouTubers
is.
are coming, trying to be as obnoxious as possible.
They are.
Get a bunch of attention, get a bunch of hate clicks, bing bada boom bada bum.
Aha.
And now, Ken, it's come so far that Japan is actually starting to take action.
Uh-oh.
The military of Japan
Thank
did
God.
a drill where
The military of Japan, now they're taking it serious. So they're using the military to fight off annoying live streamers. I feel like, you know what? Maybe the military-industrial complex isn't so bad after all.
simulated a bunch of YouTubers driving into their military base to live stream.
Oh, I like this.
With the camera.
This is
like
good.
Looked around like, what did I do wrong? I didn't do anything.
Oh, there we go. See, that's what they need to do.
Yes, arrest them.
That's perfect.
Yeah, get that YouTuber, stinky YouTuber. Even got the bomb squad.
Who knows what they got? They've never cleaned anything.
I just couldn't believe it. I thought it was like an actual YouTuber first, and I'm like, wait a minute, no. It's just a drill thing.
Anti-terrorism.
YouTubers are terrorists according to Japan.
Right.
And they're not that far off. That's the thing. They're not even that far off.
I feel like it's pretty close.
So recently, I even saw you did a video on it because there was a bunch of YouTubers doing all of this like crazy stuff in Japan.
I watched this video.
When it first came out, like I didn't want to cover it because I just thought like you're just giving them more attention. Don't talk about it. Just leave them alone. Let them be idiots. But now Japan, like this, is starting to take actual action against these sort
Well,
of
I've
things.
seen like even pictures of like in Japan where they'll like there's a lot of stores now, or at least maybe not a lot, but I know that there are stores now that have started putting up signs where they just don't allow live streaming at all because they're worried about having people come in and be fucking annoying.
The most recent thing is
it's pretty crazy.
Mount Fuji blocking view.
I did see something about this. I didn't understand what was going on really.
In Japan, they have these konbinis, and there's Lawson, which is like iconic for Japan. And then you have Mount Fuji here in the background.
Yeah.
Beautiful shot. People love it. You get
That's
Mount Fuji,
nice.
you get the Lawson, you stand in front, you go like, look at this.
I went to Japan, yeah.
I saw someone else do this exact photo, so I have to do the exact same thing because
I am unique. Me.
I'm special.
YouTubers. You know, you see someone else make a video, the only thing that can make that video better is if you make it.
I realized as I was making fun of it, yeah.
God, it's the hardest part of being a YouTuber is when you copy someone's video and then you gotta title it and you're like, but they got such a good title. Good.
Just use the same title and put Asmongold Reacts. Like, what do you mean? They still haven't figured this out? Jesus, what a bunch of morons, man.
Can I make it unique in mine?
Or it changed my life, yeah. This video changed my life.
Already, but my thumbnail is better.
Japan changed my life.
I've been to this Lawson by mistake.
This
we
convenience
were
store
staying at
changed
an
my
Airbnb
life.
nearby, and I was like, why are the people on the other side of the room taking pictures of a Lawson? And then it hit me. I'm like, oh, I'm at that Lawson.
Yeah.
Oh, I had that feeling, Ken. I had the thought. I was like, oh, I should take a photo. And then I saw there was no crosswalk, and you can't jaywalk in Japan. That's like murder, practically. So I was just like, fuck it, I'll take it tomorrow. Next day, super overcast, can't see. I'm like, God damn it. And now they're putting up a big fucking cover so people can't take.
View of Mount Fuji is to be blocked by a blackout screen? That's so fucking stupid. That's so funny. I love it. Oh my god.
Because people are blocking too much.
Get out of here.
God damn, I never
That's
heard of
nuts.
that. Like blocking the view of a natural element. I love this. By the way, look how many people. Jaywalk. You can't do that.
Is that you?
Look at the guy with it.
Leaving your Airbnb?
Nah, it
Yeah.
would never be me. I love the guy with the lightsaber. These are everywhere in Japan, trying to direct people. He's trying to stop him. Like, don't do it.
No.
Look at these idiots. It's overcast. They're still taking the photo.
Velocity.
You can't see it. You can't see Mount Fuji. Why are you taking the photo? What are you trying to accomplish? Anyway, I didn't think I would get this worked up over the start. It is really frustrating because, like, for a lot of people, Japan is an escape of this bad behavior that's just done in public a lot of times. Not saying the whole world is, like, terrible, but, you know, Japan is generally seen as more polite, and therefore...
That's why people go there, to be annoying. So, why do you think they go to Japan and not Dubai? To be annoying. Oh, let's go be annoying in Saudi Arabia. Oh, I think that's a bad idea. Oh, man. Because they can do it without getting punished, right? And that's the thing, is that people like fucking around with this because they can get away with it. That's the main reason why they do this. It's like if there was actual consequences or people would get in trouble, like I bet people don't do this shit in Singapore either. Because isn't it where in Singapore, if you litter, don't they just put you in jail for like 5 years or something like that? And guess what? The city's clean as fuck. So yeah, that's the reason. And that's that you get canned. Yeah, bro, like you don't fucking litter. Quit littering. What are you doing throwing garbage on the floor? That's it. You get jailed for spitting in Singapore? There it is.
Protect that. It's always frustrating to see this. But of course, there's going to be people that want to take advantage of that. Which
of course.
Is this YouTuber, which we will not name, and I'll blur his face because it's not worth any.
Is this a new one?
He's a terrorist. He's a terrorist.
But we will still ridicule. His goal was to travel all across Japan without paying any money. And none of it makes any sense.
I remember him.
He's just clearly here just to piss people off. So he enters his bus.
In Japan, people pay when they go out of the bus. It's time to go down, so...
Yes. 680. Yeah.
6.
Only
this.
80.
No.
80.
No.
Police.
No.
Come on, police station. 80.
Yeah, police. Call the police.
I like this guy.
Yeah.
A lot. 18 yen? Police. Absolutely based. I mean, yeah.
Wait, how much was it?
18 yen?
You know what? Yeah, based. You can't pay 11 cents? No, we're calling the police. No, this is too much. Yeah, no, this is outrageous.
Police.
You go to jail for 5 years.
I mean, yeah, he went on clearly like not wanting to pay. How the f does he not have that? By the way, 18 yen? There's no way he doesn't have that. He's just like refusing to pay. For
exactly.
Drama. That has to be.
Everybody knows it.
There's no way.
She's saying, I think I got in trouble, guys.
I think I got in trouble.
He spoke English. That was English, you fucking idiot.
and says, "Happy birthday, Yahtzee. Been playing Star Trek Vagabond for a couple hours now. Feel quite cozy to play. I like it."
That's the intention. It's a cozy game.
Oh my god, more Snake in the Garden donos with a €2. Thank you. It says, "Tina versus Amy dance game stream when?" Are you down to do a dance battle on
They're gonna
dance
like
games?
dust off my Connect. Is that what's
Yeah.
gonna happen?
Don't know if you know of Amy. She's a fellow
Yeah.
content creator here on Second Wind. She's absolutely fantastic. She's an Adventurers Night and is a fantastic dancer and teaches. You know, I think she teaches dance and fitness and stuff. So seeing you two have a dance battle on your Connects would be great.
That'd be awesome.
Alex Armstrong, $2. Thank you so much. Says, "Has Toffee given you their B-Day kisses yet, Yards?"
Not yet. I'll wake him up. Yep, sorry, Toff. I know you were having fun in there. Hi, Toffee. Do I get kisses? No, you're just upset that I woke you up?
We need a better angle for the kiss.
Hello, and welcome to episode 1 of DevHeads, the podcast focused on the ins, outs, and goings on in game development, with host experience ranging from indie, double to AAA. I'm Jay, and I'm joined by my wonderful co-hosts Tina.
Hello.
And Mikey.
Hello.
And today we have a very special guest, Yahtzee motherfucking Croshaw. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Hello, everyone. It's me again.
It's a special day for you, Yahtzee, isn't it? For multiple reasons.
Yes, it's my birthday today.
Happy birthday, Yachts. Oh my god.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
And anything else?
Oh, Christ. Oh, not much. Just the release of my game that I've been working on for like 7 years now. Starstruck Vagabond on Steam. It's been out for all of 2 hours and 11 minutes at time of speaking. And it's been a nervy one.
Yeah, but it's doing quite well, right? We were talking about this just before the podcast began, that it's doing quite well in the Steam charts.
Yes, it's currently #1 on new and trending. And if you if you go on top sellers, and then get past all the AAA shit, scroll down about 4 times. We're just above Hunt Showdown and just below Destiny 2: The Final Shape at the moment.
Hell yeah! So everyone in chat, if you haven't got it yet, let's see if we can make that change. Let's bump it up. Let's bump it up with you. We believe in you. Let's do this. So yeah, Yachts, you said it's been how long since you started developing Star Trek Vagabond?
I started it one Christmas. I think it would have been around 2017 while I was up in the family cabin.
What?
Is it on a laptop or?
On my laptop, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So you were struck. Just the idea came to you.
Starstruck, if you will.
Yeah. Oh my looking up at the sky.
And I've been working it on and off as my major hobby project since then. I took a break from it for a year to do my 12 games in 12 months Dev Diary challenge, which is documented on YouTube as my Dev Diary series, and then I went back to it.
Did you use Unity for it? Did you use Unity to build the game?
No, Game Maker.
Okay, fair.
Which is why we just ran a big ad for that.
Yeah. What inspired? Because I always assumed, like, because you worked on so many small projects beforehand, was it a small project that kind of snowballed into I want to solo dev and make this into a full-fledged project, or did you always have that kind of idea?
I've always wanted to make like big games. Like realistically speaking, I know that as a solo developer, the small stuff is the stuff that's the smartest thing to work on to get your skills up. But I'm very much interested in like video games.
Oh my god. Was the sound off the entire time for my mic? Holy crap. Okay, well I'm taking a 10-minute break, Bearbeck. Also, hi Rusty. Okay, I'm back. Man, I can't believe my mic was off the entire time. That's nuts. There's like some weird error with OBS.
Narrative and interactive narrative. So my ambition has always been to make like something epic, something that really inspires thought, I suppose. And like little mini games weren't quite good in that. So, that's what this was.
Was space that big jump? You're like, let's make something big and epic. Space is the one for that.
Like I made a space exploration game when I used to play
What?
at Adventure Game Studio called Adventures in the Galaxy of Fantabulous Wonderment.
Why do you have to ask when I just like sit down and... Okay, I'm back.
And I was trying to do something similar with that had a lot of like design issues. I was still young, and a lot of like that's gone into Starstruck Vagabond. Like one of the NPC crew members you can recruit in Starstruck is a character from Galaxy of Fantabulous Wonderment. I don't expect anyone to get that. That was for me, really.
So, this is a question that I know Tina is interested in asking: is like, how many people worked on this game, or was it solely just you?
It was mostly me. I got some additional art done by the wonderful El Cheshire, who does a lot of work for Second Wind and Adventurers Nigh. They did like the character portraits that you can see in the game, and quite a few of the background art and the key art as well. And the music is done by Eric Horton, Sam Horton, sorry, and Joe Collinson, and those were the guys who did the music on BPM Bullets per Minute, who got in touch after I did a positive review of their game. So, you know, exploited my contacts there. But otherwise, it was all me. And Nick's got on board with like the production and marketing and a bit of that at the end.
King producer, Nicholas Calandra. But yeah, that's a big undertaking. Would you say it's taken 7 years because of that undertaking, or by the fact that you've also been trying to manage having be a YouTube personality and a consistent, weekly show? Has that been a difficult thing to do?
Yeah, it's true. I always preface the knowledge that I was working on it for 7 years with the fact that it was a hobby that I worked on at like 10 minutes per day, if that. So yeah, I haven't given up the day job.
How long do you reckon, like, if you thought you could just sit down and just dedicate your entire time to a project, do you reckon it would have been shorter, or would have thought that maybe you would have just added more and more features just because you had that extra time?
Well, I tried to avoid getting into a feature creepy position.
Yeah.
Which is not to say I wasn't doing a bit of that in the last few months. like after we showcased it at GDC, like I think I said to you, wait, I've just had an idea that I should have the ability to throw crates in the game. So I stuck that in at the last minute.
You implemented that?
Yeah.
Amazing.
I
Okay.
liked that. I was playing with that a lot last night.
Clearly a very good addition. So, what would you say are some of your inspirations for this, not just setting, but also just like gameplay style? Like, what are some of the games that have inspired you to get to this point?
Well, the big one was Stardew Valley. I mean, that's like very overtly like the game that's, if you like that, you'll like this. I've been pointing to in the marketing, because the observation was Stardew Valley does a great job creating like this addictive sense of always having one more task to do and the workaday routine, and I've noticed clarity of like the post-dad game, the work sim with the sort of light approach and the fantasy elements.
Yeah.
And I guess what I was thinking was, what if you had that sort of thing, but applied it not to farming, but to another sort of grindy workaday task? And I thought of Elite Dangerous, which was a game I also quite like, which is basically, depending on how you want to play it, a space trucking simulator. You move cargo to different star systems and offload it. And there's plenty of like space sims that will give you that experience. But I felt like there was a gap for the Stardew Valley style cartoon approach, top-down 2D approach for that sort of thing. Because space games, God love them, always tend to be a little bit arse-achingly realistic, I find. Because people like the science. So I just wanted to apply the sort of quirky sci-fi setting to the Stardew Valley workaday loop, and that was those were the influences, I suppose.
Yeah, it's one of the things that when I played, and we did our little QA streams, which was your humor and your writing, which is something that you're obviously very famous for, with all of your books and your YouTube series and stuff like that. This setting has allowed for that to shine through. Has that always been, when adding mechanics, have you always been thinking, how can you add your little spice humor into that? Has that always been a process?
Well, it is a strength of mine, I think. I think you've got to play to your strength, especially when you're a solo developer with something with like 500 people working on it. I know that I can do witty writing, so I have to make sure to emphasize that. For the writing side of things, I guess I was influenced a lot by sci-fi TV shows like Red Dwarf, like Star Trek Next Generation, Firefly, Cowboy Bebop, that sort of thing. And one of the things I wanted to create in the story aspect of the game was that feeling of being part of a ragtag crew of misfits who go around space.
Oh? The video stopped for a sec. It's buffering. What is up with my internet?
The last minute.
You implemented that. Amazing. Okay.
I liked that. I was playing with that a lot last night.
Clearly a very good addition. So, what would you say are some of your inspirations for this, not just setting, but also just like gameplay style? Like, what are some of the games that have inspired you to get to this point?
Well, the big one was Stardew Valley. I mean, that was that's like
this.
The character stories, and every now and again you're just going about your business, and then suddenly you stumble into a cutscene with a character because you've gotten them to a certain level of relationship track. And that's what I wanted to recreate, I suppose, because those like shows I mentioned, like Cowboy Bebop and Red Dwarf, you get the sense with a lot of the dialogue in the game is that the characters in those shows, their lives are like 90% boring routine. It's like 90% just twatting about space, trying to kill time, playing cheese slice snap. And then every now and again something exciting happens, and those are the only bits we see. Those are the episodes. And so that was the approach I wanted to take for Starstruck. Mostly the boring routine, and every now and again you run into an episode of the TV show that you're in.
So 7 years ago, you decided you wanted to pick up Game Maker and make this game. I'm curious, where did you start? Did it start with a story? Did it start with a setting? Yeah, what kind of kicked off everything?
Well, with Starstruck, it started with just a dude in a room.
Okay.
Because the first thought was, the first thing I need to do is to get the ship mechanics working. Like, get the core mechanics working. Because I learned in my, 12 games in 12 months Dev Diary series that the most important thing is the core gameplay loop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how Mario 64, for the first few years, it was literally just Mario in a room. And they iterated and iterated until that was fun to move around. So the first thing was the ship. Getting the ship in place, getting all the systems in place. Because another game that influenced me was a game called Far Lone Sails, which was an indie game where you were piloting a vehicle from left to right, and you had to maintain all the systems on the vehicle. You had to make sure the engine had fuel, make sure all the components were in line, and that was sort of what I wanted to follow on from. I liked that sense of being the gameplay that comes from being in control of a big machine and making sure all the components are working.
So how long did it take you to get to a place where you were satisfied with it?
Well, I don't know if I'm completely satisfied with it even now, but there was a lot of iterating over the years. I think one of the lessons I've learned is that I probably should get testers in earlier and figure out what works and what doesn't, because I was making tweaks to the core gameplay quite a few times along the lines, along the years.
What does that external testing process look like? Like, at what point did you start to bring other people in, and for how long were they there? What were their backgrounds? That kind of thing.
Well, as I say, I should have been starting a lot earlier. I think the first time I really got someone else to play it was when Jay was playing it on stream.
That was one of the first times.
When was that?
that was
a few months ago.
Yeah, just a few months ago. So as I say, the lesson learned for going forward, testing. Get started on that a lot sooner, because I was fixing bugs right up to the wire, frankly.
But that's really common. I will say, I didn't know I was one of the initial first people to test or see that aspect of the game. I think you did a fantastic job getting to where it was, because I don't know if you remember, most of the feedback I had were tiny mechanical changes just for game feel, not any game breaking bugs. They were just these tiny things.
I ran into a few crashed desktops with the testing phase, because after not too long ago we put a call out for testers on the Discord and just asked them to fill a little form. And we
Guys, I'll be right back. Jojo needs attention.
just test the game. And we had like 500 people offer their services. We like handpicked the ones that had actual QA experience. And so they were great. They found a lot of the really important things, a couple of soft locks. And but the embargo dropped like 2 days ago, and like a couple of reviews came in, and both of them found, like one of them found a crashed desktop, and one of them found a soft lock. And I was like, shit.
They always do, man. It's inevitable. All the machines out there, it's crazy.
But people understand that, right? Like, not just when games are first released. You know, some of these small things do get through the cracks, but also from a solo dev, right?
Well, one of the pitfalls of solo developing that I've warned against, and I guess I failed to take my own advice here, was not to put too much of yourself into your own work. And I've had like anxiety generally, so I think the whole reason I didn't get people to play it earlier on was just that anxiety. It was like knowing that they're going to find problems, and knowing that I know it would be irrational to like take it personally, but I did anyway. So I just put it off, put it off, and put it off.
Brought that up because you know, you've been on the journalist side for quite a while, and you know, you're pretty well known for your critiques and, you know, witty banter. Being on the other side now and having a game out, was there any sort of lessons or criticism that you gave that sort of incorporated into your thought process behind developing your game?
Well, I like to think a lot of my history of reviewing has given me a certain insight. That's part of what went into Dev Diary. Like, the focusing on the primary gameplay loop, I've always found that's important to me in a game. Just that, so you got the continual sense of catharsis. It helped me like notice some of the things I wasn't liking in the game as I was playing it. Like earlier on, like when I was aping Stardew Valley more closely, we had like a day-night cycle. Well, I had a day-night cycle where there was like a bunk bed on your ship, and when you ran out of things to do, you just go to sleep, wake up the next morning, and take it and get on the work anew. Because like that was how you pass travel time. But when that was the case, I found that I got into this rather not particularly satisfying loop where you'd take care of the ship, you clean up all the components, and get them back in line, go to sleep, wake up, and then have to do all that again because all the components have gotten dirty again and all the components are back out of line. And that didn't feel particularly fun or satisfying. And I wanted to, and it also felt like we weren't getting like the chill out time that I wanted. Because I like playing games and listening to podcasts, and that was one of the goals of this game. With the sort of game you could just chill out with, listen to a podcast while playing. So what I did was I shortened the travel time a little bit, so you wouldn't have to sleep through it, and just made it so you just have to wait to get to places, so you got time to listen and meditate.
It's really interesting because I was talking to Billy Basso, the solo dev of Animal Well, the other day, and he said something really interesting, which was, and I can see it in your design process as well, Yachts, which is when you're designing, you are not, you know, developing from the perspective solely as a developer, but also as a player. You think, what does this feel like to play? What would this feel like to the player doing? What would they want to be doing while doing this task? And I think, you know, having such a wealth of experience, you know, critiquing games gives you that kind of permanent insight of what is this going to be like from a player perspective, not from a design perspective. And I think that's to your strength.
I like to think so.
Yeah.
I mean, I've the experience of reviewing games and experience of playing games. Because first and foremost, what I wanted to make, like from the very beginning, was the sort of game I would want to play. And I think that's all you can do. If you try to like worry too much about making something that will have really broad appeal, then it stops being something you can be passionate about, I think.
Definitely. It becomes more of a product than a piece of art that you want to show, right?
And like in line with that, I'm curious to hear, coming from that critic background, I know this isn't like your first time developing, but with this project specifically, were there any moments or elements that you were like, you know what? Back when I was more focused on the criticism side, I didn't see how difficult this piece was, or how multifaceted this piece was. Was there anything like that that sticks out in your mind?
Well, what I did find is that you absolutely need to get somebody else to play it and watch them play it. That's probably why I wanted to get Jada to do it, because there's a lot you overlook when you know how everything works, I suppose.
Yeah.
So the tutorial went through like an awful lot of iterations.
Oh, and by the way, dude, the tutorial was awesome. Like, I play a fair amount of indie games. I watch a lot of indie games, and it's very easy to get wrong, just for the exact reason you're saying, right? But it was clear that you put a lot of iterative time through that, and that you just took, you introduced everything in sort of a piecemeal, easy to understand way, because the gameplay it's unique, right? It's sticking out from everything else. You have some complicated aspects like with the ship management, and you have some like cute, fun aspects of like crushing slimes with a crate, you know. So it was a good balance and introduction of all those things.
And it's been like that for a long time. Like, even when we did QA, Yahtzee was concerned that I gave a lot of, you know, small technical feedback, but the majority of my feedback was this tutorial and what I experienced here was really good. Yahtzee, I don't know if you remember saying, was like, well, you kind of have to say that, right? Because we work together. But if it was bad, I would have, for your benefit, I would have tried to, you know, critique it and rip into it as hard as I could. But it's always been that smooth, right? Even before the change.
And as I say, it's had a lot of work on it over the years. I thought it was done, and then we took it to GDC and watched a couple of people play it at the Mix event. And I had to make some more changes after that, because, I mean, this was at like a public event, and it was very noisy. And you know what journalists are like at live demo play. But, you know, I thought it would be enough to just have the thing and have a huge arrow pointing at the thing, but apparently not.
No. Really? The UI wasn't clear enough? That's
The tutorials are so unsexy, but they're so important at the same time.
Like, for example, during the tutorial, there's a bit where you get a hull breach, and you actually get two hull breaches. You get one in like one of the nacelles and one on the outside, so you have to fix them both. But in the original tutorial, the door leading to the hull breach didn't open, like it was closed, and you had to open it to see it. But the hull breach that was outside you had to deal with appeared over your head. So I noticed a lot of testers assumed they were supposed to be fixing the thing in that was currently in the room with them. So what I just added a little thing so that the door, like, when that hull breach happens, the door jerks open, so you would instantly see the hull breach and know that that's the thing you need to fix.
And that's all it takes, right? The testing phase is so important because, like you said, you kind of get trapped inside your own head of understanding how a system works, and it might be fun.
If you're interested in development and you only take one thing away from this, get someone other than yourself to play the game and watch them play it. And don't help them.
You'll learn a shit ton, for sure.
Yeah.
Because everyone's kind of experience is different, and you kind of put that into your game in a sense with the personality types. Can you speak to, you know, what it was like writing a game where certain aspects change based on the personality type chosen at the beginning?
Oh, I bit off a large thing for me to chew on here, didn't I? I mean, I had this because I wanted to use this as like a test bed for some like gameplay concepts I've had. And one of the things I've always been thought about is the idea of the semi-custom protagonist. Because I've observed, particularly in the Saints Row series, that people get weirdly attached to their Saints Row protagonists in the way they don't in other games where you can customize the main character. And my theory was that that was because, as well as choosing your appearance, you also choose their voice, and in a certain aspect, because of that, their personality. But then, once you've chosen all that, you don't have any character story choices from that point forward. The game takes over. Your character, you don't choose their dialogue, you don't choose their actions in cutscenes. They do all that stuff for the story by themselves. And I think It's that combination of having a character that you created and that's yours, but who can also surprise you in the story by doing cool stuff, makes them more likable. At least does for me. So what I wanted to do was when you create a character, you also choose one of 9 personalities. So from that point on, you don't choose your dialogue, and certain crew member cutscenes have different outcomes based on whether their personality type gels with yours.
Yeah, so for people that haven't played yet, when you're playing through the tutorial, you can choose a dialogue option, and then whatever options you do choose impact what personality is suggested to you at the end of it, right? So when I was playing, I was streaming to Mike, and I thought I was picking all of the, I don't want to say respectful, but like decent options out of both, that weren't really cynical. I was like, I'm just trying to be a nice person. And then the personality that was recommended to me was Cersei Lannister, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm like I tend to play like that in games, right? I'm like kind of an asshole, but I wasn't expecting that this time, and that really surprised me in a funny way. But like, how does is it randomized, or are there specific dialogue choices that impact that?
There are specific choices, yeah, because how the personality matrix works is that it's like the D&D alignment system. You've got attitude against motivation. So your motivation is either you work for yourself, you're an egoist, so you do whatever furthers your position, or you're an altruist, you do things that help other people, that help the world around you, or you're just indifferent either way. Those are the 3 like motive slots. And the attitudes are upbeat, private, and bitter. So if you're upbeat, then you're generally optimistic towards the thing that motivates you. If you're an upbeat egoist, you have a very like positive image of yourself. If you're an upbeat altruist, you generally think the world is good and you want to make it better. But if you're a bitter egoist, you hate yourself. And if you're a bitter altruist, you hate the world, but you're trying to make it better. And so what you got was private egoist, which means you took conversation options reflecting the fact that you were focused on yourself and your own safety, and you were like sort of holding back your feelings at certain times.
Oh, Tina, how do you feel about that?
No, I'm thoroughly impressed with how much thought you put into that personality matrix, and I was not satisfied with being Cersei Lannister, so Mike and I were like looking at the other personalities, and I had to Google 1 or 2 of them, and I think that just sort of my own not misunderstanding like who you were referencing at the bottom of one of the descriptions, but I saw Ripley was an option, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm going with that no matter what. So
easy choice.
Yeah, that was mentioned on Twitter as well. Like, one of the characters I reference is Arnold Rimmer from Red Dwarf, and that, again, that's something for me because that was my favorite show growing up.
Yeah. And British people. British people will get that, but that's about as far as they go. By the way, if you haven't seen it, guys, Red Dwarf is really good, and I'm pretty sure it's on Netflix, so check it out.
I think it's on BritBox.
It's on BritBox. Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you've got Amazon Prime, you can add BritBox to your subscription.
I think
and then you
just removed BritBox.
Oh, okay.
They've like taken it off, so maybe we'll see. Legally acquired. Yeah.
I cancelled my Netflix and my Hulu like 2 days ago because I realised I never used them.
Well, I was watching something before this. I was watching something on Prime and got adverts in it, even though I pay for it. And I was like, what's happening? We're getting off topic, yeah. Fuck subscription services.
Yes. As far as the personality stuff goes, I like that you did that, because in these kinds of games, you it helps to have like a little push as far as the role play goes. And that was the one that I forget what I got as my like the assigned personality, but I was torn between choosing I think it was Private Apathy, Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop, and which is a great person for that, by the way, I thought. And then I think it was Private Altruism, Jean-Luc Picard, right, Captain Picard. And I ended up going with Spiegel because I thought, well, you know what, I might be a little too middle of the road good guy if I do Private Altruist, although I like the private angle to it. So let's see what Spike would do. Which meant when I came out of the pod, I was like, well, just shave all my hair off because I don't give a shit anymore. I don't know what I'm going to do with this life, but I also am trying to learn to be okay with that. And that was the kind of push that I think I needed, because otherwise you get kind of like lost in the finding a projection to give onto, right?
That's cool. How you get into it. I'm interested to see what. I mean, I guess I should have included something to track this, but I'm interested to see what personality types end up being the most popular.
Yeah.
And seeing like how it changes and shifts things, because I think something that was really interesting that you mentioned was with, you know, Saints Row, you're giving a projection and a choice to a player that gives them, you know, this image of themselves, but still leaves room for surprises. Is that something that you were trying to think of consciously with your writings? Like, what aspects would change, and then what aspects did you want to leave to be just a, you know, a surprise for the players? Like, how was that writing process?
Well, it was changeable. I was going through changeable moods. I had my doubts about like forcing the players into writing a personality for a while. I had an idea for a while for the ability to change a personality type by some weird method, but I thought there might be some weird people who want to romance every single crew member on a single set, which you can't do. But in the end, I just stuck with my guns and just focused on
that focus goes a long way, I feel, because otherwise you're trying to write a billion different scenarios, right? And then you can feel as a player, you're like, hold on, I don't want. It's not dumbed down, but it's like flat, right? Because you can't be you can't be as multi.
It's like you're making choices, but you're not. It's so flatline. But in a sense, when you choose a personality type, you're kind of choosing your objective, and how is the narrative going to evolve from that rather than my own individual dialogue choices, which never, you know, mean anything anyway in games. So I'd much rather have a more guided, handwritten narrative that like chooses direction from the beginning, rather than, you know, based on this choice you either get the red or the blue. That's just good.
Well, one of the things I've railed against in games is what I call the Ending 3000, where you just make a choice at the very end of the game.
Yeah.
And you get one of three endings because then I don't know if the endings feel like they have any impact. But the one game that I did find interesting was Wolfenstein New Order, because that takes an interesting sort of opposite approach, where instead of a choice right at the end, you make a choice right at the very beginning, and then have to live with that choice throughout the entire rest of the run, based on which character you save and which one you sacrifice.
Yeah,
I remember that. I remember being like, oh, cool, I get to hang out with Jimi Hendrix because of this horrible choice that I had to make.
So, the game is out now, Yahtzee. How does that feel to you as someone who's put so much time and energy into a project? Because I can't fathom spending 7 years on a project. Like, how do you feel about the release?
Nervy. I get a little jolt every time someone tells me they found another glitch. Like someone just messaged me on Discord as we were talking, saying they found one. But you know, I think I'm gonna need some time to process it.
Yeah.
I think I've worked on this for so long, and I just had a book come out as well, so I'm officially in I have no projects on mode. So once I'm satisfied.
Apart from bug fixing mode, which you'll be in for a while because game dev.
Yeah. But once I'm satisfied this one's stable enough, I'm probably just gonna. I'm really looking forward to just sort of taking some time off, focusing on the day job, and waiting for an idea to come along that I can get really excited about.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I think another thing that I tried to bring across in my dev diary videos, as like a piece of advice to creatives, was that you're never going to be as excited about your project as you are at the very beginning when you start it. That's the best feeling in the world, starting a new project and being really excited about it. But at some point you know, the will to see something through has to take over. That's the hump period.
And it takes a lot. It takes a lot to do that, right? The amount of projects I've seen or even been involved in where, you know, like you said, that spark is so strong at the beginning, but then when it actually comes down to, you know, 3-4 months in, where the actual, I don't want to say grunt work, but the more tedious side of game dev begins, a lot of those projects die off because people can't see it through. And you've had to juggle not just solo developing something, but doing it with, you know, not a lot of time to dedicate to it because of how intense your day job is. And I think that's crazy.
I've had to learn willpower. I have to keep telling myself that everyone starts projects, and everyone gets excited about starting projects, and none of it, and starting project doesn't really mean anything. And having a finished project, even if it's bad, is worth an infinite amount of having started a million projects.
Definitely.
Dude, you shipped, man. You shipped.
Yeah,
I totally hear what you're saying about, like, initially you're, I don't want to say in shock, but like you have to process everything. It's a little bit surreal, I imagine, how it feels now. I certainly get that. I'm curious how Jay and Tina felt with their projects, but it does come, and it might come in waves. You'll feel the pride, you'll feel more nervousness, you'll feel anxiety, you'll feel excitement. And as far as the excitement portion goes, I always like to kind of think of it like you're giving that excitement to other people, and then it's going to multiply, and they'll share it with others, and it's going to really last for them too. Because you're right, like that is the most exciting, creative, blue sky thinking part of creating something. But it doesn't go away; it just gets transferred. Is the way it's a fun way to think of it, I think.
I did want to ask you. I want to dive deeper more into, you know, game journalist turned indie game dev side of things a bit. You mentioned one of the more difficult parts was the vulnerability of having someone else play, and having Jay play was sort of a comfort, right? Because you knew him, and I guess knew that you could trust his feedback would be constructive. Now that you know you've shipped this game and people will provide feedback, do you feel like anything intrinsically like changed within you about moving forward and critiquing games? Do you feel like you are more equipped to understand the game dev side of things? I feel like that's a very rare perspective to have. The fact that you shipped something, it took 7 years, you know, like that's to be applauded, and I don't think not many journalists do that kind of thing.
Well, the thing is, I feel like I was a game dev even before I was a journalist, because it was always like my ambition before game journalism. I was making games when I was a kid. I used to make point-click adventure games with Windows Visual Basic when I was in high school.
Cool, I didn't know that. That's awesome.
Yeah, and then I moved on to like Adventure Game Studio. I put out a couple of games called the Chazot Mythos that I got some of my very early internet notoriety from. And I've shipped a game based on zero punctuation called Hatfall. That's still on Steam, I think. And I put out a survival horror roguelike called The Consuming Shadow. That's still available on Steam. I dropped the price for that for $1 in celebration of having another game out. So if you want to see like one of my previous games in my developmental period, check it out. So yeah, I've always felt closer to game development than game journalism, to be honest. I feel like I know more game developers than fellow game journalists.
Yeah.
So yeah, so yeah, it wasn't much of a change.
It is an interesting perspective, though, right? Being able to have that under your belt, you know, and in a way, it adds weight to, you know, past and future criticisms you bring to game dev. But do you feel like it's a little bit of what Tina was speaking to, like kind of, and a huge part of what we're trying to do on this podcast is like humanizing game dev, right?
Yeah.
And like giving a human perspective to it, and just, you know, showing that we are people, and, you know, have anxieties and, you know, worries and stuff like that. Do you feel like releasing and shipping such a big project by yourself has given you a new perspective on, you know, other developers and their big projects?
Oh, no. I'm completely self-absorbed.
You're like, fuck those
Very
guys.
brave of you. Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean, other like, I feel like a lot of other games are designed by like much bigger teams, and I just find it really hard to get into the mindset of being part of a team like that. I guess I'm very focused on the auteur side of things, the artistry. It's solo devs that are like the people I would fanboy out at most if I met them in public.
Indie devs.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Lucas Pope's stuff, like Stardew Valley, of course. Undertale is one of my favorite games of all time. And I really feel a kinship to that kind of creator, more than I do to like the big team developers. It's hard to me to get my head around that, I suppose. It's like a completely alien experience to me, working on something that isn't my personal baby.
You mean
Jack
having like
King
complete
Spooner.
control over the creative?
Yeah. Yeah, as I say, I'm like being an auteur. I have ideas.
And it's difficult in our space, right? Because it's whenever we make criticisms, like, you know, speaking to games media, and Yahtzee more so than me, but me as well, can be quite heavy-handed in the way we criticize specific aspects of design. And I've even had devs reach out, you know, saying, hey, you know, remember that there are people that make this when you make these heavy-handed criticisms. But it's difficult to kind of, it's difficult to sympathize when it is on such a huge scale, because when I criticize, say, a design on, you know, a map design or how some puzzles are designed, in a lot of these bigger companies, it's teams of like 10, 15, 20 people who are working on it. Rather than with you, Yats, when I was criticizing your stuff, and, you know, giving you specific suggestions on, hey, you could tweak this, 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 and this, I was very conscious that the thing I was criticizing was yours and you, and that didn't change how I did it, but it was something that I had to think about. Like, I'm calling you out on a thing rather than a faceless company, right? Not to say that these criticisms can't hurt those people as well, you know.
Yeah, I mean, having said, like, you know, it's fun to be an auteur and take ownership, it's also important to remember that you're not your work, and not to take that sort of thing personally. I think that's another pitfall, like, solo creators fall into. Like, it can lead to, you know, overprotectiveness, like, constantly rejiggering and trying to fix to make it perfect before. You just got to accept that it's probably not going to be perfect, and everyone's going to like it, I suppose.
People are going to give you that feedback.
Yeah. But I felt better about criticizing games because I've met a lot of developers who've worked as part of a big team, and a lot of them are just, as you say, because they're part of a big team, they don't have that sense of personal ownership, so they're all saying things like, yeah, I completely agree with everything you said. Everything you said I brought up to my project lead, and he said we didn't have the time to fix it, so thanks for the justification there.
Yeah.
Or he said, wow, those are great ideas. Thank you so much. We're going to integrate those immediately through our systems that exist. And let's talk about your career growth. And then none of that shit ever happens. Yeah, that's another one.
Have you guys experienced that, like Tina and Mikey? Have you, you know, released a bigger game, received criticisms, and had people internally take things personally, or, you know,
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Happens all the
first,
time.
Tina.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I work on the games that Yahtzee doesn't like, because it's all AAA. But, you know, when you're a big team, everyone is going to receive criticism differently. And when they read things on the internet, there's always going to be a spectrum of responses. The bigger the game, the bigger the spectrum of responses that you get. And sometimes there could be a storm in a teacup where you just see the negative and you think that's all there is out there. And that's not necessarily the case. So, yeah, I've worked with colleagues that took things pretty hard on themselves. You know, it never feels great to ship a game, spend, you know, a few years of your life on it, and then see that, like, it's reviewing badly. I don't think anyone loves going through something like that. And... you know, it kind of snowballs. Like, you start thinking, could I have been the changing factor in a bad review? Should I have crunched more? The crunch culture is absolutely terrible, right? So it gets you thinking, and you know, it can spiral, but I always try to encourage people to sort of, when you're making a game, you have to be vulnerable. You have to be okay with people critiquing your work, because that's just the nature of making anything in entertainment. So there's almost like I guess it's an unspoken requirement where you have to be okay with criticism, whether you like it or not.
You can't make it in the industry if you can't. Like, in a lot of creative industries, like with working on YouTube with me and Yachts, like, if we couldn't take criticism or learn to ignore the absolute, you know, drivel that some people come out with, you couldn't make it. If you took every comment seriously, you would you would die, because that's what comments are telling you to do, right?
It's sort of it is funny because I feel like what we're talking about, it's such a wide spectrum, right? There's the over here side of criticism, which is not even criticism, honestly. It's because it's preceded with or followed by "you should die," so it's not. But the funny thing about that comment is, like, there might be a little bit of feedback in there that is worthwhile. So you either got to pick that out or ignore it and go to the next comment and find the one that's going to help you. Teams that I've been on, we definitely take it personally. I have too. I think as a developer, there's a lot of energy dedicated toward taking that seriously and making sure you never do anything like rude or unprofessional as far as responding on a forum post or Twitter or whatever. And I've definitely had those moments where I wanted to say something but didn't.
Trust me, that's something I've learned to suppress over many years.
And you need to. But at the same time, you also need to be the person who's open, the person who puts it out there and says, all right, well, I do need to hear the feedback, so I'm just going to sift through everything the best I can. It's very difficult.
Yeah. For me, it's like the responses to my videos online. That's where you see a comment every now and again. You just want to go, you completely misunderstood me, and I really want to set you to rights, fella.
Yeah.
But you just got to resist that urge, because you just come across as a hypersensitive psycho.
It's
because at the end of the day, like, whatever, they either get it or they don't, and that's that. Not everybody writes. Look at the view count versus the comment count is what I always try to say. Whether it's game dev or whatever, like, you have to understand most people play stuff and they could have been doing anything else in their life, but they were watching your video, and it was probably for a reason. Same with playing games too. I think the best thing to do as a developer is to, and this might become a dated reference, but it's to go into the kitchen and bitch with other people on the team and be like, oh, did you see that guy? He doesn't get it. Like, if only he could see all the actual things that happen, he would understand that what he's asking for isn't realistic. Then you go back to your desk and you get back to it. So you vent a little bit. That kind of thing is important. And also to remind each other to not focus on it too much. I've been in the room where I've said, like, guys, like, yeah, that person, their video, it's pretty annoying, but like, they simply don't know. We just have to move on. Let's not respond, and let's not focus too much on it. It's that balance that you're always trying to strike.
Arguing against it's going to do nothing, right? Like, speaking to YouTube comments,
it'll be bad.
Yeah. It's speaking to YouTube comments. Like, every design delve I release is, in a way, its own little mini lecture, like game dev lecture, and I put a lot of attention into trying to teach and educate and putting it in a very concise way. And then to have people in the comments that disagree, which is fine, right, and needed, right? Having these discussions is what brings us all to another level. But for them to just be like, no, you're wrong, you know, KYS, you know, it's you want to respond and be like, you just this and this, but you can't, because it was something you said in Slack about a related thing ages ago, Yards. You were like, there's nothing you can do to convince an idiot or something, like.
Yeah, I think I said there's talking to Nick, I believe, with the trouble he's been having on Twitter lately, was that there's no magic combination of words you can say to make an idiot stop being an idiot. So, you know, the best revenge is to live well. That's my attitude.
It hurts, but you just got to ignore it and move forward, right? Like, and trust that people will have the sense, their own sense, to read it and go, that's complete bollocks, and then just move on, you know, and not get into a death spiral. Have you been worried about that, like, those kind of responses to your game? Because everything I've seen so far, has been super positive.
Yeah, it's all looking pretty positive so far.
Yeah.
Hot news from the top sellers list: we just popped above Manor Lords.
Yeah, screw Manor Lords.
Damn.
Yeah, Manor Lords and Hellblade 2. We've just popped above.
There you
Well,
go.
we can.
Right on.
Our next guest might be topical to Manor Lords, so we can talk to them about that and say, hey, look at Yahtzee's game.
We're just 2 positions away from going above Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty.
Damn. Well, guys, everyone in chat, if you haven't got it yet, go check it out. Let's bump that up a few. Let's bump that up a few.
Yeah, but yeah, what was I saying? Something about. Oh yes, worried about the reaction, just like knee-jerk negative reviews. I guess not so much for this sort of thing because, well, when you're a solo developer, you project that it's much more like a one-to-one, I suppose. So while I'll expect that sort of shittiness on like YouTube comments or directed at like large companies, there's lots of people where you don't feel like you're complaining to an actual face. I think a lot of people realize they're talking directly to a single person, so they tend to be a lot kinder on the reviews of Starstruck and of my books as well.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I've never seen much in the way of really unreasonable criticism to those things. It's usually just, this isn't for me, but some of you might like it.
Active, constructive feedback, right? Because I feel like with solo dev, just like with some of the things we spoke about when we did our first QA stuff, a lot of the changes that I suggested or stuff that we spoke about in GDC, you then went away and immediately implemented those things and changed the game for the better. And as a solo dev, if I play a game with a solo dev, I know that if I leave a review with some criticism and some feedback, there is a higher likelihood of that actually being implemented. So my time of trying to put criticisms forward feels warranted. Like, no offense to people in this chat who have worked on Call of Duty, but like if we made some Call of Duty criticisms, we know they're not going to probably get changed, right? Because there's so many people working on them. But with your game, there might be a higher likelihood of them getting changed. I mean, Tina, if you disagree, I'd love to hear your perspective on
this. It all really depends. There's a lot of feedback given to, well, at least while I was on Call of Duty, there was a lot of feedback. And I was their community manager for maybe a good year. And that was one of the most intense jobs I've ever had because it's almost like you, I'm not even being sarcastic here. It's like you are walking with the sins of every COD game that ever existed, even if you never personally worked on it. So when people gave feedback, it was like, it's your fault. It definitely inspired me to get away from being the spokesperson because I wanted to have an impact and fix the things that people were upset about, right?
Yeah.
And this is just kind of generalizing, going in a completely different direction about community management, but yeah, like they are an unsung hero of just trying to give a clear understanding of the lay of the land for developers, but they're always bearing the brunt of the worst of the criticism as if it was their own personal
fault.
Yeah, and I find that people that don't understand game development are the ones that attack community managers the most, which is
100%.
unfortunate.
Did you see that a lot of those criticisms that you were compiling because you did want to make that positive impact? Did you find that a lot of them were worked on? Or were some of them left on the cutting room floor because of time?
It was almost like a 50-50. It really depended. Some of it was, I personally don't like this weapon, and here's why. And it's like, well, you're one person out of, a large number of people. But when it was, hey, this thing breaks the game, obviously that would be fixed. I think it definitely got to the point when I was on Call of Duty where we made so many patches through Xbox and PlayStation that I think probably, I don't know if I should say this, I don't think they ended up charging us for some of the fixes at some point. It was just like there's so many patches. I don't know what the case is with that relationship anymore, but yeah, it was just like 45, 50 patch releases, which is something that indie games don't necessarily do. Not because they can't or won't. It's just, the more people you have, the more you can do with it, right? But also the more you can break. So it's like a
Well,
tug.
yeah, well, my advantage is that if someone does find a serious bug, I can just pop it to the build, fix it, get the new, I build the new application, stick it straight into Steam, and get all that done in like half an hour.
And Steam doesn't charge you for updating the game, right?
Nah, you can upload as much as you like, I think.
Yeah, so with first-party games, or even, I'm sorry, not games, but on platforms like PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox, they will charge you for providing an update to players.
Steam even lets you like upload the build through your browser if it's under 2 gigabytes.
Wow.
Do you guys feel like one of the thoughts I've always had about this kind of topic of like what feedback looks like for games is it feels very genre dependent. I feel like toxicity level and constructiveness of feedback, even the brevity of a bit of feedback for like a Call of Duty, adversarial multiplayer shooter, maybe a higher degree of noise and toxicity than say like a niche strategy game or a life sim or something like that. What do you guys think the deltas there? Who do you think is the worst? The worst genre of players that give the feedback?
Ooh, MOBAs.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's up there. I was gonna say open world PvP MMOs.
Yeah.
Those players
Open world PvP MMOs. That sounds like the most. As a MOBA and like an MMO aficionado, yes.
Because they're sweaty.
That's the worst combination. I was with Yahtzee with MOBAs until you just said that. That's absolutely.
MOBAs would be bad too, of course. I agree. But what do you think, Tina?
Yeah, I just think there's good and bad everywhere. You can't let the bad people ruin it for everyone else.
Right. So maybe it's not genre dependent. Maybe it's just.
I think
it's all bad.
Well, there's have you seen that Dan Olsen video titled "It's Bad Manners to Suck at Warcraft"?
Yeah.
No, I like the name.
It's rude. It's rude to suck at Warcraft. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that about?
Like, well, it's how that whole attitude, as we were talking about, like MMO PvP players, where if you're not playing with actual optimal strategy and using optimal gear, then everyone will hate you and yell at you.
I remember when I first discovered Dota with like Warcraft 3 custom maps, because I loved Warcraft 3 custom maps. And you to play custom maps, usually you would join a lobby and you would download the map. There was like a little number that appeared next to your name and would go from 0 to 100 to download the map. And they were often pretty fast, like 3 or 4 seconds. I remember trying to play Dota because I didn't know what it was when I was younger, and I would get kicked every single time I tried to join because they saw I was downloading. They're like, nope, we don't want to deal with you. Get out.
Yeah, and it's why MOBAs and things like World of Warcraft and stuff like that are so toxic for that. Because if you are so World of Warcraft, I'm a huge World of Warcraft fan. I was playing today, and let's say you have a tank, a healer, and 3 DPS, right? If your healer is below par, at certain levels of the game, you cannot play. The rest of the game for those 4 other players is done. You cannot play it. So, people get shitty, they, kick them, they do stuff like that. And it's the same in MOBAs, right? I have a video on why League of Legends is designed for toxicity, because the way those games are designed, with their feedback loops, they breed toxicity, because if you suck, you are making the game actively harder for everyone else, right? And also, with things like WoW or MOBAs, there is a high degree of skill based in one specific class or character. So players feel ownership over them, which makes them feel like they know everything. So they'll go to the devs and be like, well, this champion is busted because X, Y, and Z, because they feel like they understand it so much better. And to a certain degree, sometimes they do know things better than the devs, because they spend hundreds of thousands of hours playing one specific character. No dev, regardless of whether you designed the systems, can have that much understanding of how something plays.
I wonder
but
if
it's
sort of
just how they put it forward, you know.
I wonder if esports is to blame for some of the shittiness of the community, because people aren't just having fun playing the games anymore. Now there's a potential career in it.
Worth millions, right? In MOBAs, the prize pools for winning a tournament is insane.
I know. There's suddenly the stakes are so high, and people are all thinking, no, if it weren't for this one healer, we could be impressing scouts in the audience.
Yeah, and it's
when there's money involved
crazy.
too. Yeah.
Makes it so toxic.
Yeah.
Right, well, looking at the time, I think, considering how long it took us last time to get through the donations, and I think because it might be a certain special birthday boy's birthday, we may have gotten a huge influx of donations.
Your face.
So, so I'm going to go through some of these, and some of them are questions, some of them are birthday wishes and stuff like that, so we'll just take it as it comes. Philip J. Frylock, $5, says, ran into a Steam issue buying Star Trek Vagabond where the game was 20% off for a limited time only special offer. This should cover the difference, so they've given you the excess money back, Yards. Isn't that nice?
Don't joke about that. Like, the comment starts, ran into an issue, I have a minor heart attack.
Oh no.
Oh, bless. Spicy.bp with $5 says, also offsetting the weird Steam discount issue with Star Trek Vagabond. Another joke. Spicy.
It's just a launch discount. Everyone does it.
Giving Yachts another heart attack. Steve Ward with €10 says, happy birthday, Yahtzee.
Thank you.
Says, as a wannabe writer and game dev who is also a British expat and only a few days older than you, you are an inspiration. Have you ever considered writing an autobiography?
I can't imagine it would be that interesting. And then I spent 16 years playing video games in my room and writing about them and stuff. And every now and again, I do something interesting, like go meet Gabe Newell.
Don't sell yourself short, man. You have an interesting story. Emmanuel Kant, just sat in his room and wrote stuff down, and then went for a walk once a day in Konigsberg or whatever. He was interesting. There's more going on. There could be more to say about your journey, right? The path in between criticism and development.
I went skydiving once. I can write about that.
What was that book?
A whole chapter right there.
There was something you showed me at GDC Yachts, which was the book that was published about you, which is just very clearly AI generated.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's just on Amazon. There's just like an ebook being sold. It's just like the biography of Yanti Kojo. And I looked at like the example text, and it was all completely wrong, and it's all AI generated. And I sent an email to Amazon saying, "Hey, could you maybe not sell this?" I haven't heard back, so I don't know what the fuck to do about it.
Well, if you wanted a biography, guys, instead of buying that dribble, go buy Star Trek Vagabond. Support.
Yeah, there you go. Might get an insight into my personality somehow.
John Brooks with 10 quid, thank you so much. There's many happy returns. Enjoying being in Space Parcel Force, laughing out loud at the humour in writing. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you very much.
Steady Goblin Wood, $10, says, console gamer by nature, but downloaded Steam just for this. Congratulations on all your hard work, Yahtzee. Question, who was your favourite character to write in the game? Also HPD.
I was hoping someone would ask me that. I think my favourite NPC crew member of the 9 available is Cassandra Kairos. She's the bitter egoist. She's a time traveler from the future trying to prevent apocalypse and having trouble getting past her own ego. She was the character I had the most fun with, I think.
Oh yeah, I bet. That sounds great. So yeah, we got a whole bunch more donos. Just as a reminder, guys, all donations go directly to funding, wonderful shows like DevHeads and everything else on Second Wind, including, Fully Ramblematic, Design Delve, and all the other wonderful shows you enjoy. So if you want to see more of this and keep us going, these donos help. So thank you so much.
Patreon also helps.
Yeah. This name, PM Mastripolito. Sorry for butchering your name, $10. Contributing to Birthday Amaretto.
Thank you very much.
Wizard of the Void is 1749. It says playing for about a half hour now. Completely drawn in. Soundtrack is awesome. It has a nice, frenetic, fun pace for discovery. Much shorter, fun discovery cycle for new fun items, i.e. Elite.
Thank you very much. That was very much the intention. It's Elite, but by way of the 2D 16-bit style of Stardew Valley.
Hell yeah. GG Lagmaster with 25 RON? Yeah, it's your currency, Maestro. What's a RON?
I don't know. I keep seeing Ron, and I should probably look it up. Ron, the currency, it's the Romanian leu.
Yeah.
Okay. I always hear, somebody was got something. Oh, I'll save that for Ron later on, which is a banter joke, but not a currency.
I'm completely familiar with all the Scandinavian currencies because I feel like we get a lot of Scandinavian viewers at this time of day.
Well, now we've learned what Ron is. Hello, Yachts. I'm one of the testers. Did you make a spiritual sequel to Fallout New Vegas on purpose or by accident? Love you. Happy birthday.
I wouldn't say that, but thank you very much, Juju Lagmaster.
That's a high compliment. Also, their first super chat as well. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, and thanks for your putting in the work with the testing, Juju Lagmaster.
Yeah. And I guess for all the testers, thank you so much. I'm sure it was a massive help. CSI Freak gives 19.99 quid. Here's bud. There's HBD Yahtzee. Okay, so Mikey and Tina, HBD is happy birthday. It was a very early second wind stream. Marty came up with HBD, which sounds like a sexually transmitted disease, but means harm.
I think it's pretty straightforward. It's not out of this world.
I interpreted it as happy birthday, but now that you
thank God, I interpreted it as
mention
something else when we were discussing it.
Sorrow and prayers for Yahtzee having HBD today.
was coughing earlier.
The best present.
Well, HBD Yahtzee, congrats on the launch of Star Trek Vagabond. Unfortunately, I don't have access to Steam, only PS5, but my son does, and is a huge fan. He already has all of your books and will definitely be buying your game. Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, thank you very much, CSI Freak. I hope your son enjoys it.
Massive, absolutely gargantuan dono from Gabe Bear Bro. $200. Thank you so much. It says, gonna go buy the game, but congrats on publishing Yahtzee and HBD.
Thank you very much, you very rich person, you.
Very rich or extremely generous. Either way, thank you. Celtic Bowler gives 20. Oh my god! HBD Yahtzee.
Why are you so big?
Yahtzee, you have to blow the candle out.
This is a big head.
Oh, yay!
Yeah.
think I'll call it here. Gonna go to sleep. Holy shit, it's been 7 hours. Alright, I gotta go. Night, guys.